Welcome back to Crime Time with Jess. The verdict is in the Alec Murdaugh case. If it sounds like I can't contain my excitement and my happiness, it's because I can't. He is guilty. Guilty. It took this jury less than 3 hours to come back with that. And as we all know, in these types of cases, when someone is accused of murder, the worst charge you could ever have, when the jury comes back really quickly, it's because they all agree, yep, he's guilty, guilty, and they come back with it. They might have went over a few things, but they all were in that direction. So for all of these people out there in YouTube land that were convinced there was a hung jury, and I will admit, I was one of them for a little minute. I was like, I don't know. But I feel like Mr. Creighton Waters, drove it home with the closing arguments. Some people felt it was drawn out. Day one, he went over all the financials. But that was important. That was a part of it. The financials and the murders go hand in hand. He meticulously, in my opinion, laid that out. People were doubting this, but you have to think of two things. That Snapchat video was everything. And then you have Alec Murdaugh get up on the stand and tell the jury, even so narcissistic, yes, I'm going to call him that, to look towards the jury and tell them, yes, I lied about that. Yes, I think I looked that person in the eye. I don't know, not really sure, but I did lie to them. And they trusted me, and I care about them. And I lied about this, and I lied about this, and I lied about that. But just believe me when I tell you that I didn't kill my wife and son. That's an absurd statement. When you look at the forensic data, okay, let's backtrack a minute to the defense closing arguments today. I was so not expecting this verdict this soon. I mean, this was a slam dunk. Absolutely. And I'm happy. I am happy for Alec Murdaugh's victims, all of them. Even if this was just about Paul and Maggie, and I shouldn't say just because these two people lost their lives. But Alec Murdaugh has a long history of victims, a long wake of them in his trail. And it was almost insulting to know, like, all of this backstory. Again, if you guys have never watched the Murdaugh murder podcast, they have it all. That is the number one news source for the Murdaugh case, or Alec Murdaugh in general. That's how good they are. But watching him on the stand, sit there and tell that jury, I lied to people that trusted me and blah, 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 and then not even remember the cases. Like, he didn't even remember that the Plier girls, like, that they lost their brother, I think. Like, these people did not matter. People were disposable to Alec Murdaugh. They were. Even his own family, his own wife, his own son, disposable. And to see him take the stand, I was watching this trial live with, 150,000 people, 200,000 people, tons of people watching this trial live. Yes, Cream Puff. Hallelujah. Guilty, guilty. I knew his chickens were going to come home to roost They had to. Listen, to say not guilty, you really would have to acknowledge Alec Murdaugh told me that he was at the kennels 5 minutes before his son and his wife's phone went to lock screen for the last time ever. The next time they were opened was by law enforcement. You were there. You went back to the house and you got ready. You didn't hear any gunshots. And then when he said, the Mr. Waters, Mr. Creighton Waters, the prosecutor, says to him, you didn't hear the dogs, and I'm going to paraphrase, but you didn't hear the dogs get ruffled up, that there was a person lurking around the property. And when he says, Alex's response is, well, there was nobody else there. Well, of course there wasn't. You were the only person there because you killed them. Like, I guess they're like the other people that you stole from that you still love because you cry over them. But you took their life to better yours. I just cannot think of a more dangerous creature. And I'm going to call him a creature because he is. He's a predator. He's a liar. He's a con artist. And you know how painful that has to be to the people that really knew him? You know what? I'll say this about John Martin, his brother. I truly believe that John Martin really loved Paul. A lot. A lot. And to come to terms, just like Buster is going to have to do at some point, there's judgment with Buster, and there always is gonna be. They're just, people are gonna speculate on it. But I just don't feel comfortable judging, per se, this person right now, because he's just in a position that a lot of people will not understand. His mother and his brother are dead, and his father is going away for the rest of his life for that. So he has no immediate family members left. That has to be such a traumatic thing for a person that, just the call logs between this family. They did talk a lot. People have speculated on whether or not Buster was involved. I feel like law enforcement, SLED, the prosecution, they got it right. I feel like if there was any indication that Buster was involved, they would have taken him too. But I think his alibi was pretty solid. Do I think he was in a lot of denial? Yes. And probably still is. Probably still is. And this is going to be a shock for him. Alec is the only immediate family member Buster has left. And now he's gone too. Still alive, but he's going to be locked in a little tiny cell forever. And he'll be nothing to your life but, phone calls and some video chats, but he'll never be an active part. He's not going to come pick up the grandkids on Saturday. That's not happening. And he's the reason that when Buster eventually has children or whatever he's going to do, that Maggie was denied ever being a grandmother. And from everything that we heard, the testimony about Maggie, something that I noticed was that every time a witness was asked about her, they never hesitated. Like they went right into, they were close with Maggie. They liked Maggie. She was a good person. She really loved her family. Do I think she was perfect? No, because none of us are. She's also been described as stuck up and this and that. Maybe she was. But do I think that she deserved to be gunned down by her own husband after he murders their baby boy? No. I mean, it's ludicrous. It's ludicrous what this guy has done. And then I'm going to go off the rails here just for a minute if you've really gotten into this case. Hang on. My daughter's calling. Let me take this call real quick. I'm sorry, guys.
And girls, guys and girls.
Are you saying hi?
Yeah, hey.
All right.
All right. I love you.
Love you too. Bye. All right. So, yeah, sorry. My daughter chimed in there for a minute. She wanted to make sure I didn't get rid of the protein powder that is on top of the fridge, which I did not. Huh? So I want to read some of you guys' comments. Yeah, Callie saying hi. Hi, Thuso. It's a slippery slope. How far could any of us go if the conditions were severe enough? Yeah, well, I mean, the conditions for Alec Murdaugh at that point in his life were severe. They were. Do I believe he was doing drugs? Yes. Do I believe he was doing $60,000 worth of drugs a week? No, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I mean, once you get in front of a jury and you start telling them that you lied, like for instance, if any of you follow the Vallow case, okay? I think I said this last live, but the defense attorney in that case, John Pryor, got one of the key prosecution witnesses to admit on the preliminary trial hearing that she lied to police officers. That's a big deal. Like that's a thing. Once a jury sees that you've lied about something, they don't know you. They don't know you personally. So their judgment of you is going to be way more unbiased than anyone else's because they don't know you. They don't have a vested interest in your life or anything like that. They're just judging by what you're showing them. So once a person shows that, typically a jury goes against their favor. I think Alec Murdaugh was such a narcissist that he really thought he was going to get up on that stand and say, hey guys, I lied about this to this person. I mean, again, a laundry list of people. And somehow that was going to work. Like, I'm going to tell you about all these times I lied so that now that I'm telling you the truth, you're going to believe me. And that's the most absurd thing I've ever heard in my life. It's just completely absurd. Oh, okay. Grandma's following the Vallow case. Mark W. Jess, he would have been dead if that was true. Exactly. It's just preposterous. It's another one of his scams that he pulled or attempted to pull. I am so glad that this jury. Oh, and let's talk about this for a second. How about the juror being dismissed this morning? All of this happened in one day. We had a juror get dismissed this morning because she engaged in conversation where she gave her opinions on the case, which day after day, Judge Newsom has made it perfectly clear that you are not to discuss the case. So I thought it was quite embarrassing for her. I mean, obviously she's anonymous right now, and if she doesn't talk, she'll remain that. But she had to stand up, and Judge Newsom basically had to dismiss her, and she was replaced by an alternate. Now, I've been hearing a lot about one of the alternate jurors that one person calls her Blanket Lady. Another person has said, well, multiple people actually, but that she wadded up toilet paper and put it in her ears. That she had fallen asleep a couple times. So I don't. I hope this wasn't the juror that replaced the dismissed juror earlier, but yeah, there's that. I don't know what you guys follow or who you guys follow or who you guys watch. I watch this guy. What's his name? I think it's Jake from Court or Jack from Court or something like that. Did I subscribe to him? I don't know if I think I did. Hold on. It's something like Jake or Jack from Court. No. Okay, I don't know. If I remember the name, I'll put it in the link. But he sits in the. He's been in the courtroom every day. He doesn't cam up ever, but he says he sits in the second row. And that in some of the TV footage, you can actually see him behind Alec Murdaugh's head. But he's given a lot of commentary on the jury, the temperament of the jury. He refused to give his own opinion about the guilt or innocence of Alec. He said he just wanted to be an observer of the jury and a conveyor of what he himself observed. So, but yeah, I thought this is pretty radical, I would say, for a case, But again, watching a Southern trial like this has been really eye-opening for me. Even though I watched Casey Anthony, I feel like Florida and South Carolina are like very different places. So it's been unique watching this Southern trial, but to have a juror dismissed in the morning and then a guilty verdict before 8:00 p.m. on the East Coast is just where Southern California or South Carolina is. It's crazy. I feel like that's just so over the top. What are we talking about here, guys? I can't. Let me pull this chat up. I can't see the chat. Marshall and Daisy's mama. He had that damn spark on his face. Well, he did, and he can keep it if he would like, but he will be in a little small cell that sucks. Freedom is gone. He's not going to be able to swindle or murder or do anything to anyone anymore, which is a relief to society. I'm telling you, I keep calling this man a menace to society, and I don't feel like those words are strong enough, but that's what he is. He's just a literal menace to society. I very much feel like justice was served. That's why my background is what it is. It looks like little party favored bloomy things because this is a celebration. People like this with just umpteen victims in their wake, just walking freely amongst people. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Like, how many more people would this guy have hurt in all kinds of ways if he was found not guilty? So I'm so happy that this jury, in my opinion, got it right. And I'm very happy, regardless of what people want to say about the prosecution. My opinion is that they have done a good job. That's a lot to tie together. Alec Murdaugh was a pretty chaotic person all over the place. doing a lot of different things all at once. So to have to tie that together to strangers is a meticulous process. And I think that that's why this trial was so long, because I mean, Alex said it himself. Oh, what a tangled web we weave when we first practice to deceive. He didn't say the ending part, but he knew the quote, and it was spot on. Tamra, yes, yes. Tamra is a Southerner, and she is very happy with the verdict. You know, I hope that South Carolina can get a lot of the corruption out there. I was watching something last night from the Murdaugh murder podcast, and I thought this was really strange. It was something, I think they did this 3 months ago or so. 3 months or 6 months ago, something. I've watched so many of their things, but they were talking about how they found all these property deeds, like with Alec Murdaugh and a known drug trafficker. And when I say little plots of land, I actually mean what they call like islands or isles. And they're just like these little tiny piece of land right off an inlet. You know, you want to talk about a perfect place to drug traffic, there's nothing there. So Alec and this known drug trafficker have several of them that they buy. And they tell, they tell everyone, or they tell the bank or whoever, that they're going to start a jellyfish business. And they're going to catch jellyfish and dry them out. And then I think they send them up north. Now, none of this ever came to fruition, of course. But a weird thing happens. They ended up selling them to Ronnie Crosby. I actually praised Ronnie Crosby for his testimony because I thought he was very strong against Dick Harpootlian. But they sold these little isles, these little tiny pieces of land on this inlet right off the water. Again, perfect trafficking place, to Dick Harpootlian for $5. $5 each. So I just feel like there's more corruption. I don't know how far or deep it goes, but Alec Murdaugh, if he's any testament to what things are like, look at what this man was able to get away with. I'm not saying that everyone there is like him, but there takes a certain amount of deniability, looking the other way, not really holding somebody accountable. I mean, this wasn't the first time they confronted him about money. They were all aware that he was irresponsible. Pretty much how he described Paul, he was describing himself. Projection, in my opinion. Mark W. I have had DZ. Oh, wait. I don't know what that means. Does that mean dozen? I have had dozens of texts, etc. since the verdict. I'm seeing double. Yeah, I'm glad. I'm very glad. I really am. I didn't know. I got kind of really nervous, and I was like, oh my God, like the potential, the power that Alex Murdaugh, Dick Harpootlian, and Jim Griffin all had, what is pretty extensive. They have connections. They know people, So, and I think that was really reflected in the testimony with Alec when Shelley Smith testified and said that, he told her, like, hey, Shelley, I was here 45 minutes And she knew. She knew he wasn't there 45 minutes. She knew he was there 20 minutes. The OnStar data corroborated what she said. And then he goes on to say, where do you work? Oh yeah, at the school. Yeah, I'm really good friends with the principal. Oh, okay. So you're really great friends with my boss. Great. And then, you're getting married. Basically I want to help you out with that financially. I mean, that's a good old fashioned buy off in a gentlemanly way. And I think Alec Murdaugh played that role to a T. And I don't think it'll stop because that's who he is. That's what he knows. It's going to continue in jail in whatever capacity. If I see that Alec Murdaugh is running like some kind of jail syndicate, I won't be surprised. I also won't be surprised if I see like Alec Murdaugh gets beat up badly, for just trying to con cons. Like, either one is satisfactory to me. But Mark is saying, Jim is a snake. Sorry, but not sorry. Yes, Jim is a snake. Jim was also at the scene. I find that weird. Jim was one of the lawyers that Alec Murdaugh called. He was at the scene of the crime. And he defended him. And you know what? I think that's why his defense of him was so weak. Because how do you defend something that I feel like Jim definitely knows that he's guilty. And it's just, he tried, I guess, if that's what you want to call today's hearings. I spent the better part of my day just literally laughing. It was so ridiculous. The defense's show, if you want to call it that, that's what it was. It was so ridiculous. There's little. You get these politicians and parties that become embedded within the bureaucracy. Look at someone like Dianne Feinstein, who's nearly 90 years old. Why do people vote for that? I don't know. You would have to ask people that voted for that. I don't know. I think people really like tradition. This is going to go way off topic just for a second, though, but it's kind of like the British. Like there's absolutely no need that the British people need a monarchy, but they still have one. And then they're like, well, they don't do any of the laws. Listen, these people have power. Lots of it, and old money. Lots of old money. Lots and lots of old money. And they get away with everything. Why do people vote for that? I have no idea. I really don't know. Tradition. They like a certain thing. Like, I really think there were people that like Dick Harpootlian so much, which is just kind of astounding to me. I'm going to use his line. I admire that because I don't know what else to say. But I think they wanted to see Dick go out with a win. I really do. Oh, is there a press conference starting? Oh, okay. Duslo is saying, my point is, what is your point, Duslo? What is your point? Is that these individuals develop a sense of entitlement. Yes, of course. We saw that throughout. As if they can't be taken down. That inflates their ego and makes them do things normal people wouldn't do. Well, of course. So what's the press conference? What are we? Let me look up. Let me see what's going on here. Are they gonna announce the verdict? Are we gonna watch this together? You're gonna be my verdict watching buddies. Let's see. Oh, it's live as we speak. Okay. Let me come back here. Share my screen. Let's watch it. And let me hide that message. And let me drop this chat. Okay. Oh, well. Okay, let's skip this. Okay, hang on a sec. I don't know why my sound turns on. Okay, I don't have any sounds. Is there? Oh, yeah, it's always. I don't know what this is.
Led this Herculean effort.
Oh,
but Creighton will be the first to tell you he didn't do it alone because he had a team of people.
Oh.
I want to first thank Don Zelinka, who is actually Creighton's boss. He is the Deputy Attorney General, been in the Attorney General's office for over 40 years.
Let's go back. I want to see. I don't know why it has that sound. It's really low.
Of course, the minimum sentence for murder is 30 years. The maximum sentence is life imprisonment to each count. And on the weapons charge, the sentence is up to 5 years or 5 years, which has to be concurrent if a life sentence is imposed. When would you all like to reconvene for sentencing? I would like to give everyone adequate opportunity.
Oh, sorry. I was trying to actually watch. Oh, Buster. God, that's Did they already say it? Sorry, I'm being so extra. I haven't seen it yet. Like, I haven't seen it announced. So if you guys want to stay with my ADHD self, you can. I'm not really quite sure where this is at. Like, how much longer?
That these jurors were taking in the information that Creighton Waters, that all of the prosecution team, that John Metters and Alan Wilson, what everybody was telling them, and they were processing it. And by the time they got to that room, it is clear they had their minds made up. I felt in watching this case every day for the last 28 days that the prosecution presented a strong case, be it circumstantial or direct evidence.
I agree.
Judge Clifton Newman today, before he sent the jury to deliberate, he said, I want you to know, we've got action in court. Let's go ahead and look in now. Judge Clifton Newman walking back into the courtroom.
I understand that there's a verdict. You may bring the jury.
I feel like just from the time oh, look at Alec. Nope. Shaking his head. No, he knows this is not good. They came back so fast. That turnaround, I couldn't believe that they came back that fast with a verdict. I mean, I can, but it's such a sign of a guilty verdict. They weren't back there going back and forth with each other. It pretty much tells you they all lean that way. They might have debated a couple of things, but it was nothing severe because they came back very quick with a guilty verdict. And I'm going to hand it to, look at him. He knows. He knows. He already knows before they say it what they're going to say. Do you see him like grinding his jaw earlier?
Thank you. Madam Forley, if you'll stand for me. Have you reached the verdict?
Yes, sir, we have.
Is it unanimous?
Yes, sir, it is.
Right, if you will pass it up to the clerk, who will pass it to me. And you may be seated. And it will rise.
Rise up, guilty man.
Madam Clerk, you may publish the verdict, starting with the back, not with the, let's see.
You know what? I've liked Judge from the beginning. Very
Sorry.
fair,
The back. Flip
very
it over.
professional, I thought.
Take this out.
Docket number 2020 GS 15-00592, the State of South Carolina, County of Colleton, in the Court of General Sessions in the term of 2022, July, the State versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh, defendant, indictment for murder, SC Code 16-3-0010, CDR Code 0116. Guilty verdict. Signed by the forelady, 3/2/23. Docket number 2022-GS-15-00593, the State of South Carolina, County of Colleton, in the Court of General Sessions, the July term of 2022. The State versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh, defendant. Indictment for murder, SC Code 16-3-0010, CDR Code 0116. Verdict, guilty. Signed by the forelady. Date 3/2/23. Docket number 2022-GS-15-00595. The State of South Carolina, County of Colleton, Court of General Sessions, July term 2022. The State versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh, defendant. Indictment for possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime. SC Code -16-23-0490. CDR Code 0549. Verdict, guilty. Signed by the foreperson of the jury. Date 3/2/23. Docket number 2022 GS-15-00594. The State of South Carolina, County of Colleton, Court of General Sessions, July term 2022. The State versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh, defendant. Indictment for possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime. SC Code 16-23-0490. CDR Code 0549. Verdict, guilty. Signed by the foreperson of the jury, 3/2/23.
Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is the verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your right hands. All right, thank you. Any individual polling requested? Madam Clerk, you'll need to individually poll the jury according to their juror numbers.
Number 193. Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 254. Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 326. Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 530. Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 544. Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict? Juror 572. Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 578. Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 589. Was this your verdict? Is it still your verdict? Juror 630. Was this your verdict? Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 729. Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 826.
Wow, Buster.
Was this your verdict? Is it still your verdict? Juror 864. Was this your verdict? Yes. Is it still your verdict? Yes. Your Honor, the jury has it.
Thank you. Jury has been polled and the verdict is the unanimous verdict. If you will bring the alternate juror out and have her have a seat in the audience, please.
I think whatever humanity was left in Alec is now 100% gone.
You can stand there or you can sit back there, whatever you prefer. Okay. Are there any post-trial motions?
State, Your Honor. We would just renew our previously argued motions for a directed verdict, and at this, on the grounds, on those grounds, we would make a motion for mistrial to set aside the verdict.
A mistrial. Okay.
By the state response.
Your Honor, based on our previous arguments, we would submit that the case properly went to the jury.
He asked for a mistrial. That's rich.
We've been here now 28 days. First few days of jury selection and the remainder receiving testimony, an overwhelming amount of testimony and evidence that was presented to the jury for the jury's consideration. As I indicated to the jury during the jury charge, or the charge on the law, that this was a matter solely for the jury to determine. The court found at the end of the state's case that there's sufficient evidence to find the defendant guilty if the evidence was believed by the jury. Likewise,
And it
at
was.
the end of the defense's case, when the motion was renewed, the court found that the evidence was sufficient for the jury to find the defendant guilty. The jury has now considered the evidence for a significant period of time, and the evidence of guilt is overwhelming, and I deny the motion.
I deny the motion.
Mr. Murdaugh, you now having been found guilty of 2 counts of murder involving your wife and your son, 2 counts of possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime, the burden now comes upon the court to impose a sentence. Given the lateness of the hour and the victim's rights that must be taken into consideration and complied with under the Victim's Bill of Rights, and consider what I would anticipate to be a number of people who might have something to say regarding sentencing, we will defer sentencing to a later date. Of course, the minimum sentence for murder is 30 years. The maximum sentence is life imprisonment. As to each count, and on the weapons charge, the sentence is up to 5 years, or 5 years, which has to be concurrent if a life sentence is imposed. When would you all like to reconvene for sentencing? I would like to give everyone an adequate opportunity to prepare for it.
So it'll be ready at 9:30 in the morning, Your Honor. You could do it at 9:30 tomorrow morning also.
All right, the defendant is remanded to custody of the Colleton County Sheriff's Department. And he may be taken away. Madam Foley and members of the jury, I want to thank you on behalf of the citizens of the state of South Carolina and your fellow citizens of Colleton County. You did not volunteer for this service. You were called upon by being summoned to appear, and Providence have brought you to this moment in time, these weeks in time. I know that all of you have been here at great sacrifice, particularly the juror whose job was on the line until a miracle happened, I guess, that allowed him to be able to leave to stay rather than leave after 2 or 3 weeks. But I want to thank each one of you all individually and collectively. It's not often that you're called upon to sit in judgment of the actions of your fellow man, but you all responded and gave due consideration to the evidence. I will make no comment now as to the extent or the overwhelming nature of the evidence, but certainly the verdict that you've reached is supported by the evidence, circumstantial evidence, direct evidence, all of the evidence pointing to only one conclusion. That's the conclusion that you all reached. So I applaud you all for, as a group and as a unit and individually, evaluating the evidence and coming to the proper conclusion as you saw the law, as you saw the facts.
I think he so badly wants to say, but I commend him for keeping it right, because he himself is a representation of what we like to call Lady Justice, the balanced scales. And, so the court, there was, I was watching earlier, the defense put on their closing arguments. And Jim Griffin says to the judge, Your Honor, can I play the audio? And Judge Newsom says to him, you're asking me what you can do? I'm here to rule over objections. He had to remind this defense attorney of his role. I'm not here to tell you what to present, but if what you present is objectionable to the prosecution, I'm here to rule over if that's just or not. So the fact that he even had to not really reprimand, but sort of remind Jim Griffin of what you're doing here. And, it was just kind of stunning to me. I laughed, and I don't know. I laughed because of the ridiculousness of it. I don't think there's anything funny about a double homicide, because there's not. But the ridiculousness that the defense decided to put on, which I will sympathize with them in this way. They didn't have a lot to work with. I mean, between Snapchat and Paul and OnStar, that timeline became very tight. When Paul, I will agree with the defense to an extent that just because your phone goes lock screen doesn't mean you're dead. But in this circumstance, as when he left, it does narrow it down. He himself said there was no one else there. When the prosecutor was like, well, weren't the dogs, like, didn't you hear the dogs barking? There was an intruder or intruders, on the property. No, there was nobody else there. Just the whole timeline. I mean, Paul was in an active, when you're in a text messaging conversation with your friend, you go back and forth. Well, him and Rogan, Roro, I don't even want to call him that. I feel like it's insulting. His name is Rogan, and he was Paul's friend. And, Rogan's dog Cash is at the kennels, and, he wants Paul to check on his tail. And I think he said something like, send a video, but if you can't, just send pictures. My girlfriend knows someone that's a vet, and if basically if it's not okay, we're going to take the dog to the vet. This is why Paul did the Snapchat for the dog. And in that background, there's no denying, multiple people got on that stance and said that was him. He himself got on the stand and said, yep, that was me, because there was no way out. There's no way out. Everyone can hear you clearly. The people that know you, I don't even know you, but I can tell that's you and your wife and your son. And after that, Paul never responds to Rogan again. Even though they're talking back and forth about the dog, Paul takes the Snapchat and that's it. There's nothing else. Rogan didn't get the Snapchat. So it's just, it's there. And this is a guy, again, who has lied what seems like a majority of his life for whatever reason. If he's a narcissist, if he has an antisocial personality disorder. I remember this one guy that I knew. He was the most social guy ever. Talked to everyone. His name was Sean. He talked to everyone. And then one of his cousins tells me, yeah, he's got antisocial personality disorder. And I was like, what? Sean? He's the most social person I know. It means the opposite. An antisocial personality disorder is someone who is almost compelled to commit crimes, which is why in the chat I keep driving home that even when Alec was doing well, financially on the up, settling bigger cases, it was not enough. He kept committing crimes. He kept stealing. He didn't have to do that. He could have lived within his means and been still very comfortable. But no, he continued to commit crimes. So there's that. Let me see you guys' comments. And I do want to read off the characteristics just of an antisocial personality disorder. It's been a minute since I've done that. But thinking of him and his crimes. This is from the Mayo Clinic. Okay, so it says, and it falls under, the umbrella. Antisocial personality disorder, sometimes called sociopathy, is a mental health condition in which a person consistently shows no regard for right and wrong and ignores the rights and feelings of others. People with anti-personality disorder tend to purposely make others angry, upset, and manipulate or treat others harshly or with cruel indifference. They lack remorse or do not regret their behavior. People with antisocial personality disorder often violate the law, becoming criminals. They may lie, behave violently or impulsively, and have problems with drug and alcohol use. They have difficulty consistently meeting responsibilities related to family, work, or school. Symptoms of anti-personality disorder include repeatedly ignoring right and wrong. I think we can agree Alec did that. Telling lies to take advantage of others. I think we can agree he did that. Not being sensitive to or respectful of others. I think we can agree to that. Using charm or wit to manipulate others for personal gain or pleasure. Think the badge. Having a sense of superiority and being extremely opinionated. Having problems with the law, including criminal behavior. Becoming hostile, aggressive, violent, or threatening others. Well, now we know that he has been convicted by a jury of his 12 peers who unanimously agreed he is guilty of murdering. Not just becoming hostile or aggressive, murdering his wife and his son. Next one, feeling no guilt about harming others, doing dangerous things with no regard for the safety of self or others, being irresponsible and failing to fulfill work or financial responsibilities. Let me highlight that one. Aggression towards people and animals, destruction of property, lying and dishonesty, theft, serious violation of rules. This is why, again, I feel Alec very much fits that criteria of personality trait. Antisocial personality disorder. Does he tick every one of those boxes? No, but he ticks a majority of them. A complete disregard for the law, for others' feelings, for others, period, for financial gain, for self-gain, violence. He committed murder of his own immediate family. He's a family annihilator. Creighton Waters asked him if he was that, and the answer is yes. He just left one alive, Buster. And I don't know what you guys' opinions are. My opinion is that he left Buster alive because Buster posed no immediate threat for him. I think his narcissism probably kicked in there a little bit, and he was like, you know what? I'm going to need a witness. Why not Bus? Bus. Because Buster was not living at Moselle. Buster was living in his own apartment, with his girlfriend and whatever. And there, when you hear the people testify, they'll tell you, oh, I knew Paul very well, Miss Maggie very well. And yeah, I saw Buster. Those people that knew him when he was younger, like Blanca, who Buster was, but Buster's 26 years old. He's not a young adult. He's not a teenager. He's living in the real world. This is why I kind of just refuse judgment on him. Because in the eyes of the law, Buster was not a part of this, or I think he would be standing trial with his dad or a separate one. He's not. His alibi was checked out. I don't think he showed a lot of emotion, but how numb would you be if your mother and your brother, and listen, the call logs speak to this. These people talked a lot. All four of them. They called each other all the darn time. Buster talked to his mom like every day. So his mom and his sister are dead. He's watching his only immediate family member that's still alive be found guilty of their murder. So he is essentially dead in a lot of ways. You're the only one left. You come from a family of 4 that grew up together. And at 26 years old, you find yourself alone of your immediate family. Does he have uncles? Yes. Extended family? Yes, which good for him. I would like to see more with the Stephen Smith case. I don't know how that's going to play out. We might have a very different opinion of Buster if things go a certain way. But if you guys don't know who Stephen Smith is, he is under the umbrella of the Murdaugh murders. Because there's like 5 murders that orbit around Alec Murdaugh and this family. And Smith is one of them. I'm not going to go into the rumors, but there's some homosexuality rumors and things of that nature. And then there's different rumors that, Paul and Buster were riding down the road and they stuck something out the window and hit Stephen with it. And there's a lot of rumors. There's not been any charges, but with this case that we just saw the verdict to, there was something that SLED said they found, and they reopened the Stephen Smith case. So to me, that's just stunning. So like 7 years or 8 years, or it's been a long time. I don't know the exact yearage, but it's been a long time. But you found something with him killing his wife and son that related to Stephen Smith case and reopened it. That is interesting. So that case has now been reopened. I have no idea what's going to happen. Again, there's a ton of rumors. If you want to look into Stephen Smith's case, you'll see all of the rumors abound, and a lot of them have to do with Buster, with Alec, and with Alec's brother Randy. But it is said that Buster and Stephen Smith went to high school together. So, again, there were, allegations made of a sexual nature with Buster and Stephen Smith. And it's just, again, that's how I want to put it, because do I know that this happened? No, I don't know that this happened. They are rumors. Until something like this happens, a complete trial. I mean, you have meticulously watched how many weeks was this? 6 weeks? This was a long trial, meticulously laid out. Till you see something like this, you have to, say, well, it's alleged, because it is. Alec Murdaugh is officially a murderer. That's not alleged anymore. That is now fact. It's fact. So I imagine for sure that there's going to be people that are going to go after Buster and all of that stuff. But I'm just not. Not right now. Again, if something comes out in the Stephen Smith case, then, I might have something different to say. But as of this moment, Buster has not been charged with anything. Well, he was being sued in the boating accident. I'm not sure if he still is. Maybe he is. But as far as like criminally hurting people, Buster has not been charged with anything as of yet. So I'm going to reserve judgment until that happens. Grandma is saying she feels bad for Buster. Yeah, I mean, it's nature, nurture. He grew up with this last name that his mother was very proud of. She's very proud that she married Alec and that she married a Murdaugh. It was said by a woman that used to do play dates with Maggie and Paul, that Maggie would get all the moms together, and 3, 4, different women would bring over their children, various ages, and just that Paul would really run amok. But Paul was just all over the place. He was doing things, but that Maggie would never correct him. And this woman also alleged that, Maggie was very, very proud of Alex's last name. Her husband had prestige. He was someone to look up to. She looked up to him. She was very proud of that. And she taught her boys that. He taught his boys that last name meant something. And it did. It did. Keyword. And so when you grow up in an environment like that, I didn't grow up like that, but I'm just going to take a guess that you're naturally going to feel some sort of entitlement. Even if that's not your intention, it's just there. People are telling you, your mom and dad are telling you, you are someone. You're a Murdaugh. We run this place. We are the law and order. What do you mean? So this is probably a lot for Buster. Again, he, as of this point, what the public knows is he's watched the dismantling of his family. Complete dismantling. Mother, brother dead, father guilty of their murders. No more immediate family. I mean, just the coming out of that, the realizing that your last name has fallen, this thing that has always been taught to you meant something and that you were someone because of it, now has 2 giant blood stains on it, along with multiple victims behind it, and no one respects it. You went from being pumped up to being someone to being nothing but a pity case. That's a lot. That's really, really heavy. And again, until there's proper charges or anything brought against Buster, I can't fully sit in judgment of him. I've thought a lot about him. I've watched him. I just would surmise that as a person that lost 2 members of your family on the same night, that you would cling to the one family member still alive. And even if there was denials in your brain, that you would put them out and say, no, it's my dad. My dad would not do this. Even though you're presented with, but he was at the kennels. He lied. He lied to you. Yeah, I know, but my dad just being my dad, I don't know. I just don't think he could do this. This is how I picture Buster having these internal denials and then these outwardly denials as well. Both. Just seeing things for what they are and then just still being like, I can't accept that. And I think that's normal. I think over time, maybe you might see something from Buster Murdaugh. I don't know. Maybe 10 years again, he'll do an interview or something. Who knows? John Bonet's brother waited 26 years or something crazy. But I don't know. I'm not going to beat Buster up. I think just his mother and his brother being dead and his father being found guilty, not him. He was not on trial. He was not charged with anything in that. He was charged with the boating accident. Civilly, he was being sued. I guess for allegedly letting Paul use his ID. I kind of have something to say about that. It's an admission, but just reality. I'm not even going to say who this person is, but I had a younger family member that looked like me. And at 1920. She wanted to like get into like clubs and stuff, and I let her use my ID. If you guys want to call me in on that, go ahead. I don't think that anyone ever thinks, oh, my brother's going to drive a boat and wreck it, and a girl's going to drown and die, and my family's going to be sued, and then my dad's going to kill my mom, my brother. I don't think anybody thinks this, you know? Like, I know that that's wrong. Like, now I'm like, that's absurd. But back then, when I was younger, at like 22, 23, I was like, oh, yeah, you can use my ID. You're fine. No. Like, no. But do I think that Buster should have been, like, you know, severely prosecuted, like, financially or any other type of way? I guess because it is breaking the law, but the intention, you know, I just don't. I think he felt like, oh, I'm being like the bigger, cooler, bigger brother. Because that's kind of how I felt. Like, okay, I'm just being the cooler, like, little bit older family member. I was like early 20s. She was like right under 21. So, you know, I let her use my ID a couple of times. So I don't know. I mean, you guys be the judge of that, but let me see. Let me bring down the screen. Or actually, I want to play this out. I just want to watch the whole thing. I've watched the whole damn thing.
All the time. But you're not eligible for the next year, and for 2 additional years, you can be exempted from service because no person is required to serve on jury duty in this court more often than once every 3 years. Tomorrow morning at 9, we will reconvene for sentencing. You all have no role in that because that's solely up to the judge, to me. You're welcome to come back if you want to and be a part of the audience, if you like. I also want to thank the alternate juror who was locked away in a room by herself for these hours, who's hung in there during that period of time, and thank you as well. Madam Clerk, what do you have to tell your jurors?
Thank you for your service. And what the judge said as well. And I think we can release them tonight and bring them back in the morning.
No, they're off jury duty. They can come back if they like. And you don't have to if you don't want to. Typically, I've seen jurors wanting to see the end result of a case once they've invested a lot into it. It's really an amazing thing with juries. Quite often, at the start of the case, jurors are really like, whoa, why am I here? I wish I wasn't selected.
Can we just pause for a minute
jurors
and just look at Dick and Jim? Can you guys just please take a look at Dick and Jim and then look at the entire prosecution team? Like, well, not all of them. I think there's one that's looking down, but the whole prosecution team is watching. And then I think I paused it where Jim started to look up, but like both Dick and Jim are just head hung. You know, seeing this type, again, I said it before, but South Carolina needs to give themselves a big round of applause for not letting corruption in, because I that's why I was like, is this rigged? Like, it would only take with these 3 guys' connections of people that they know to get to one of these jurors, you know. And we heard about that up close again with Alec Murdaugh and Shelley Smith. But I was really worried about that. And to see that be broken and to see the jury understand, I said this in my Discord group, and I'm going to say it here as well, that I was saying to someone that the state does not discriminate against circumstantial evidence and direct evidence. And that would be crucial and important for the jury to understand. And clearly, they understood the assignment. They got it. And I was really happy to see Mr. Waters, Creighton Waters, remind the jury of that the state law, the state makes no distinction between those 2 things. And I also liked his analogy. You know, his analogy was something of the sorts that, you know, if you go outside and it's raining, direct evidence would be that, because the raindrops are hitting you on the arm. That's direct evidence. Circumstantial evidence would be if you're sitting in the house and you pull the blinds up and you see that it's raining. Did you get wet? No. Did you experience like any of the rain? No. But you knew it was raining. And that would represent circumstantial evidence. So I liked his analogy to the jurors. He, put it in layman terms, but I just felt like that was so crucial for them to understand, because people just in comment sections, I was watching live streams of the trial. There was, hundreds of thousands of people in there watching. So tons and tons of comments. Some of them I would see say, oh, this case is so weak. It's just circumstantial evidence. Well, circumstantial evidence is not just circumstantial evidence. This case is a great example. I will use this now in my other laundry list of cases that have been won on circumstantial evidence, because it leads you to no other conclusion. Is there a smoking gun? Not this case. The smoking gun was forensic data. And a lot of criminals are hanging themselves with this, because we live in such a technology age. For some reason, Barry Morphew just popped up in my head, and that really bothers me, because they had him on CCTV going around putting trash in different dumpsters, but I'm going to get off topic. And he was charged, and they have not found Suzanne's body, and then the prosecution rescinded the charges, and that was really sad to see, and I hope that charges are eventually brought. But in this case, in Alec Murdaugh's case, to see this all happen in one day, again, a juror be dismissed, all this stuff, and then we get a guilty verdict tonight. Just so was not expecting this. I almost feel like I'm wondering if this jury, once they saw the kennel videos, or Snapchat videos, I should say, if they made up their mind then. Or if it's when Alec's narcissistic self decided he was going to get on the stand and tell everyone, yes, I was definitely there. That was me. Well, sir, between OnStar and Snapchat, they've drawn you a tight window of when your wife's phones, lock screens, they've drawn you into a tight window here. Who killed these people? You were the only one there. It's absurd. It's just absurd. Thusu, I didn't know you had a Discord group. Yes, I do. Yes, I do, Thusu. It's on my community tab. Like, go to my community tab and scroll down. I've posted it twice, I think. And you can hit the link and join and have discussion. Charlotte, I'm looking forward to seeing how this verdict affects the local drug trade. I have met this family through my daughter. Wow, Charlotte. That is very interesting. Yeah, because I was talking earlier about listening to the Murdaugh Murder podcast. Again, they're on YouTube. Please look them up. Please watch them. They have done so much legwork. They've done all the work. They've been investigating Alec and his doings prior to the killings, even. So it's just, I was talking earlier about Alec with a known drug trafficker buying these little isles, these little islands. There's a tiny little piece of land. Perfect piece of land, they're sort of like in an inlet almost, South Carolina, to traffic drugs. No one's there, no one's around. It's just free to do what you want. And Alec Murdaugh was on paper as owning a couple of these tiny little isles with a known drug trafficker. Why would you need to do that? he purported that he was going to start a jellyfish business. Jellyfish is apparently a delicacy in some places, and I believe it's up north. I'm up north from Alec. I'm in Delaware, so I'm in the Northeast. Jellyfish is not a delicacy for here, but Anyway, so he said he was going to take jellyfish and catch them, and I guess the process is like long, like 3 to 6 weeks where you got to like dry them out and all this stuff. So none of it came to fruition, and he ends up selling them, coincidentally, to Ronnie Crosby for $5. It's called. Oh, you're really going to enjoy this, Charlotte. It's called. Grandma, do you think you can get the link for it for her? It's called the Murdaugh Murders Podcast. But yes, please watch. They are in South Carolina. Eric Bland's, a lawyer from there. You might probably are familiar. But yes, he has been on some of them. They dug into everything. I mean, they went into Corey Fleming. They went into the bank manager, CEO of Palmetto Bank. They go pretty deep into the Murdaugh family. And it's stunning. It's just stunning. I feel like they should get a lot more praise than they do. Emily Baker apparently has been. I don't watch her, not because I don't like her. I just I don't know. Like, I've been watching Long Crimes live stream because I just kind of like to watch for myself and then like form my own opinion of whatever that's going to be. Because when you listen to a lot of talking heads, I feel like it kind of muddles your mind. So I kind of like to have my own opinions about things. But Emily has been covering this. A lot of people watch her. As she has been talking a lot about the Murdaugh murder podcast, murder podcast. And she's absolutely on point with that. She is on target. They should get a lot more credit than they do. I think you'll really like them, and you'll probably get hooked and binge watch a lot of their stuff. I'm gonna let this keep playing. I'm gonna go fill my drink, and I'll be right back with you guys. Thank you, Grandma. Thank you so much for that. So yeah. Oh, there's the Discord. So there's Discord. But even if Grandma doesn't get the Murdaugh Murders podcast link, Charlotte, just that's all you have to type in. You'll find them right away, and they are fantastic. I'm gonna let this play out while I go and fill up my drink. I'll be right back, guys.
Jurors become invested and really committed to the case and committed to seeing it through, and are very disappointed when they are not able to see it to a conclusion. And then along the way, observing, you end up finding out quite a bit about our judicial system and learning quite a bit, about human nature for sure, but also about the presentation of evidence and hearing from expert witnesses and really learning a lot of things that you'll be able to take with you and leave jury duty. That poor lady, I don't know if you were hesitant initially or not, but you have stepped up to the plate and done a great job of leading the jury as well. Thank all of you. So the jury is dismissed. Now, one thing before you go, of course, we have invested a lot in maintaining the privacy of the jury, of each one of you. And you are free at this point to discuss the case with anyone. Given the high-profile nature of the case, I'm certain that the many people in the media will probably want to communicate with you, but they have no means of contacting you because under order that I issued, the identity of jurors must be kept private. And if you decide that you want to speak with anyone, local, state, nationally, or internationally, That's your prerogative. Should anyone harass you, please let me know and I will address those issues. If anyone through the somehow or another discovered your identity and harassed you, and rest assured I will intercede on your behalf. That having been said, you're free to communicate with whoever you might want to concerning the case from now on. So with that, thank you, and you all are free to go. Yes. All right. And as is my practice, I'll speak with the foreperson before you leave the building after talking.
It took a little more than 3 hours for the jury to come back with a verdict of guilty on both charges of murder for disgraced former South Carolina attorney Alec Murdaugh. This case has lasted 28 days. They've had more than 70 witnesses, more than 800 pieces of evidence. But again, in a little more than 3 hours, jurors believed that they had heard what they needed to hear in order to convict Alec Murdaugh of murder in the death of his wife Maggie and his son Paul. We have team coverage in Colleton County right outside of the courthouse. We're going to begin.
That's right, Darcy. And I have to be just as a journalist and speaking about this case to people when they said they thought that the jury would deliberate for days and into the weekend. Every time I said, no, I don't think so. As somebody who has listened to the testimony from the day one, this has been a very strong case for the prosecution. And I feel like Creighton Waters, Alan Wilson, John Meadors, they did an amazing job in the last couple of days during the
I have to stop there. Interpret pause, but I fully agree with her. That was a bad pause on her face, but either way, they did a good job. They really did. I know that people, like, I just seen them in the long crime with 200,000 people watching. Some people saying, oh, Creighton Waters is boring and this and that. Well, listen, I don't know if you're watching a double homicide case for the thrills, but this is something not to be taken lightly by our justice system. Ever. To convict a person of something like this, it should be meticulous. There should be no doubt. And if you have to go over every single financial crime victim and how that all ties into why you killed your son and your wife, then that's what you have to do. And I kind of really, I guess it ruffled my feathers a little when people were doing that, because I'm like, well, you're just kind of watching just to, I don't know, see the thrills, I think. But that's not what this is. 2 people are dead. Someone is accused of this. He has now been found guilty. And I kept saying, if you ask me how, I don't understand why he would kill his wife and son for money, then again, I'm just going to assume that you did not watch this case, because if you did, it's really clear of exactly who Alec Murdaugh is, what he was doing, why he was doing it, and how he did it. Anyway.
The closing arguments and then during the rebuttal of really piecing together all of those points. I mean, like you just said, Darcy, more than 70 witnesses. Jurors, no doubt, got testimony fatigue. Sometimes there was incredibly specific testimony, things about cell phones, things about the crime scene that I know the jurors were saying to themselves, why am I hearing this? Why am I hearing this? What relevance does this have? And then basically what Creighton Waters did and what John Meadors did was connect every one of those dots together in their closing argument. And I really believe made such a strong case. Guilty, guilty, guilty. That is what the verdict came back today. Now, I want to go over some of the strongest moments I felt in court for the prosecution. Dr. Ellen Reamer. Number one, she was a likable witness. This is a brilliant woman. She is a doctor. She is a forensic pathologist.
Holy Christ. I haven't watched this, but can I just talk about Dr. Reamer for a minute? Dr. Reamer was playing no games. Okay, she is the one that conducted these autopsies. She was there. She witnessed the bodies. She touched them. She did all of the things. So when the defense, they hire their own experts. So when they hire these other experts and they're just like looking through her work, she was like, no, you brought up 2 people basically that said there was 2 shooters. That is not what happened. I was there. I saw these bodies. I have all this experience. Like, she would not allow the defense to tell her that, oh, you did it wrong and this is what we really found. No, sir, I was there. I am the person that actually did these autopsies. You're not going to tell me what I saw. This is my field. Defense is your field. This is my field. And this is what the hell I found. I loved her tenacity. She got a lot of crap for it, but I liked it.
She has performed more than 5,500 autopsies, and she said she was positive. She didn't want to hear any of the defense theory that the second shot that killed Paul Murdaugh was fired at point-blank range from the back of the head. Now, why did the Alec Murdaugh's lawyers want you to think that was possible? Well, that was when they floated that idea of two shooters. So she said, absolutely not, it's not possible. And then if you remember, in the last couple of days, they have a witness, Dr. Kenneth Kinsey, back on the stand, and that was when Alan Will came up and did the questioning again of Kenneth Kinsey. He was recalled after the defense rested. They did that reenactment in the door. I thought that was a very powerful moment where he showed that how it was possible, how on earth was it possible for someone to shoot the shot, shimmy past Paul in the doorway, and then move the long barrel rifle to execute him. So that was a very powerful moment. And then today, again, talking about this growing storm, talking about all the things in Alec Murdaugh's life that led to this. John Metters today gave some great sound about what it was like on June 7th for Alec Murdaugh. Listen to this.
Whatever was going on in his mind, his world's collapsing. He's coming down. All these worlds coming financially. He's confronted that day by somebody from where's his check? He's got another hearing coming up. It's motive. You don't have to have it. But yes, there. And is this rational? Was it rational to be on the side of the road and claim your shot? And when you're in the ambulance, no one sees you. You're talking to the officer of the ambulance. And you say, what happened?
I'm just going to stop him here to say that I think the number 2 cause of family annihilators are financial reasons. Actually, I think Alec Murdaugh fixed 2 family annihilator profiles like high up. So again, this is a guy that has literally gotten away. Well, no, let me be Dick Harpootly for a minute. Strike that from the record. This is a guy that got away with a lot of things. I was going to say he got away with murder, but he did not, thankfully. But he got away with literally everything. You know, just scamming people and harming people financially. People look at financial crimes as like not as bad. You know, well, you didn't kill him. You hurt him, but you didn't kill him. But listen, no, those financial crimes can be literally life-changing. I mean, there were a couple of his clients that he stole, specifically Gloria Satterfield's sons. He told them to sue him. So they did. And he stole every penny. And then one of them was like facing eviction. I mean, these are life-altering things. When in reality, they had this huge settlement that they shouldn't have been facing eviction at all. I don't know if you've ever been homeless, any of you have ever been homeless or anything like that, but, you know, I can tell you it is a terrible feeling. I recently was in fear of losing my home. Recently, within the last couple of months. The terror that I felt for myself, my children in particular, was overwhelming. How someone gets from that overwhelming feeling, because what I did, I went into full survival mode, whatever it takes. I didn't do anything, you know, I didn't commit any crimes. I didn't steal anybody's money like Alex Murdaugh or kill anyone. But I saved my family in a proper way. This was a guy that just could not do that. Clearly, you know, he took whatever it takes as literally whatever it takes. Even if I have to kill my wife and my son, whatever it takes to keep it going, to keep this family name intact. Buster was going to be the lawyer, not Paul. That's why he was stressing. And listen, if you listen to the, again, I'm going to shout them out again because they're everything. the Murdaugh Murder podcast with Mandy Matney. She is wonderful. She is very good at investigating journalism. Very good at it. But Buster, she posted recordings. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm thinking too much, so I'm starting to stumble. But she posted recordings of jailhouse phone calls between Buster and Alec. And Alec was really pushing Buster. Buster was kicked out of, I'm sure you guys already know, but he was kicked out of law school for plagiarism. But Alec was pulling off this $60K deal to get him back into law school. And you hear them on these jailhouse phone calls, and he's really pressuring Buster, you got to get back into law school. Promise me you're going to do that. And you hear it in Buster's voice. There's something resistant there. It's like okay. You can tell he doesn't like it, but in the end, he stays compliant to Alec. Okay, Dad. All right. Yep. I'll give him a call. I'll do that. But there's still this resistance with Buster, and those jailhouse calls said a lot to me. And it's why I don't think that Buster's involved with Maggie and Paul, even though I know that his alibi checked out according to law enforcement. But just the way he responds to Alec, it is with frustration and compliance. And I think that was huge to Alec, because who was not complying? The little detective, Paul. Maggie, his wife, not compliant. He's in all this debt. He's about to be confronted. He's being sued because of Paul in his eyes. Because of Paul, he's being sued. And then Paul's over here finding his drug stashes and stuff, or Maggie is. But they both know. And I feel like why we didn't hear... I mean, Buster did testify to it, but I don't feel like Buster was a direct witness the way Paul and Maggie were. Because Buster is living he's 26 years old. He has a girlfriend. He's living in his own apartment. He's not living at Moselle, even though he can come back there and stay there whenever he wants it, and did or does or did. But, Paul and Maggie, well, Paul, really. Maggie was staying at Eddystone. But those two, I think, were more face-to-face contact with Alec of day-to-day. So his drug addiction, I think, was known by both of them. A lot more than Buster. Like where Buster testified and said, that his dad went to rehab at this time, and then he thinks another time, and I think that's why he didn't really have a lot of detail, because he was told about these things and didn't witness them. Whereas I feel like Paul and Maggie both witnessed that with him. So he just has all these strikes, giant strikes, stealing from your partners, stealing from your law firm, your clients and their clients. They got to pay it all back. These are your lifelong friends and co-workers. And your son, gets on a boat drunk, and this girl goes flying off. She dies. Your wife's got to go to a different town to shop. You're about to be fired from your workforce. I mean, it was just all there. All the pressure in the pressure cooker, and it popped off. And this was the end result. And I still feel like Alec Murdaugh thinks in his mind that somehow he's going to get past this. I don't think he's reached the realization that it's over, but I do think he's going to try to run things in jail as well. It's just his nature. Like, if I was in jail with that guy, I would stay so far away. Like, I would just stay away from him. Like, we would probably be mortal enemies. Like, you cannot. That is a snake oil salesman in the flesh and blood that you watch get up on that stand, and so did everyone else, and lie and tell you that he's a liar. It's mind-boggling. It beggars belief that this man got up there and told everyone, yep, I lied about that, and I did things, people that I cared about, that I shouldn't have done. And I'm really sorry about it, and I still care about these people. Like, what? What, sir? What are you talking about? I mean, this is absurd. So you're telling us that you lied, but I didn't kill my wife and son. Just believe me. I just told you I was a liar a million times. Just believe me about that. No, that is not how this works. You are a con man. Through and through and through and through and through. And I am glad that jury saw through him. So glad. Charlotte is saying Buster wasn't attorney material. I wouldn't say he's slow, but he was a little off. Paul was loud and arrogant, but I only met them once. Oh, okay. Oh, this is from personal, actually meeting them. I get that impression because I saw some people saying that Alec really wanted to kill his wife, but Paul was like kind of the collateral damage. And I always disagree with that. You know, the first thing that he says, kind of, when the responding officers show up on this initial scene is he starts talking about the boating accident. This just tells you that this is what's on his mind. I personally just feel, this is my vibe, this is my impression, that he did not like Paul, as he tried to endear himself to his son, which did not work. And I don't think it worked for a reason, because it was disingenuous. But I don't think he liked Paul. He just described him in negative ways. Not super negative, but just negative. Careless, reckless, leave guns all over, leave clothes all over. When in fact, we heard testimony that Alec would do this as well. You know, so I think Paul obviously found, you know, his drug stash and things like that. And I think there was just this giant resentment towards Paul. Even though Alec was like literally practically a lifelong criminal, you know, his son was about to bring all of that to a head with his actions. So in Alec's mind, he's the enemy. Maggie, I feel he showed more emotion for. I feel like Paul's, the emotion he did show for Paul, I just feel like it was disingenuous again. Maggie's I felt was real, which is just really odd. But I do feel like he sort of meant that in whatever Alec way he could. But no, I feel like Paul was his target. And like from the beginning, I was like, yeah, you know, I just really feel like he shot Paul first. There's just something. That boat, when the paralegal, I can't remember her name, but when his paralegal got on the stand, and she said, you know, prior to that boating accident and the subsequent case, civil case that was filed, he was a much different guy. You know, she described him coming to the office and, hey guys, and, you know, being loud and sort of taking over the atmosphere of the office. But then after the boating accident, after the case, suddenly he is, you know, reclusive. He's in his office. They can barely get him on the phone. Yeah, they're having to go to the door, kind of, you know, not bang down the door, but bang down the door to get a signature. And he was rude to them. So it was clear to them that this was really bothering him. He gets on the stand and he does what he does best. He lies. Yeah, he wasn't really that worried. Well, the jury disagrees, and so do I. So, Tamara is saying, I also think Alec had lots of anger towards Paul. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. A ton of it. I don't know how much anger he had towards Maggie. I will tell you that the prosecution going for more women on the jury and also people that had a little bit higher wealth status was a very good idea. Because when Creighton Waters said in his closing arguments, Maggie was running towards her baby, it struck me. I know a lot of mothers watch that, including that jury, if they are mothers. And they knew that feeling. My baby's being hurt and I am running towards them. No matter what is on the other side, I'm going for my cub, for my baby. I think I think that Paul was definitely, I think the prosecution and the defense agreed on that he was killed first. I think when Maggie saw that and Paul was completely dead, I mean, it was, they described his murder scene very graphically. The top of his head completely blown off, his brain, matter down by his ankles and in different places in the area, in that immediate area. I think that Maggie probably tried to run. And how terrifying is that? That the last thing that you see is your own husband of multiple decades that just murdered your child, and now he's coming for you. I mean, just the fear of that, regardless of her social status, regardless of anything, unless you're just an evil person that, whatever powers that be decide you should be done away with. I don't think that this woman deserved that. And when they described that she was most likely, when the fatal shot, the first, because there were two with Maggie, but when the first fatal shot was fired, that she was down on one knee and one hand. What do you think she was obviously doing with that free hand? It was probably up in the air. It was probably in a stop motion. Like, you're looking at your husband. You're looking at the father of your children. I don't know how long they were married. I don't know if they were, obviously it was at least 26 years. You're talking about almost 3 decades with a person. That has to be a shocking, surreal, devastating moment. I would hate to die that way. What an awful way to leave this planet. Charlotte is saying Buster was a mama's boy. They were actually kind of cute together. Oh, you know what, Charlotte? I guessed. I guess you would know a little bit more than me, but I guessed that Paul and Maggie were very close. Not just because of the drug thing. There just seemed to be a closeness. When you looked at the pictures, and there's multiple pictures of their family, you'll notice that in most of them, Paul is standing next to Maggie. No matter on which side of her, he's next to her. There's not a lot of pictures where he's not next to Maggie. And when I have seen those pictures, I'm like, that's the first thing I notice is, oh, he's not next to his mom. So, Tamara's saying to see that happening is real. No matter who you are or how much money you have. Exactly. I mean, it has to be like the most devastating. I would be I don't know. I feel like I would die with just shock and sadness. And why should anyone die that way? Grandma, no one marries a guy thinking he could do such a thing. I agree. Tamara, I wouldn't want to think someone I chose to marry is capable of such a thing. She probably put any thought out of her mind, in my opinion. I agree. What does Thusu say? Do you think she knew he was capable of it? How do you marry such a guy? Um, I don't know. I just read what Grandma and Tamara had to say. I don't know if she knew. I wouldn't think so. But you do have to look at the fact that she was mostly staying at Edisto Beach House, not at Moselle, where Alec resided. I think there's much about this marriage that was not presented in court, even though Maggie's sister talked about they asked her to. And the look of devastation on her sister's face when they asked her to talk about Alec's affair on her sister, she looked hurt. I mean, clearly that upset Maggie. That ugly ghoul of a man, and yes, I am going to call him that, had the audacity to cheat on a woman that actually wanted to procreate with him. How dare you? How dare you? It's disgusting. Women forgive a lot of a man's horrible behaviors when they are in love or think they're finding security, prestige. I think that could be said about both sexes. I also think you would have to recognize that historically, women are more emotionally intelligent than men. For some reason, we've just evolved a little more than you guys. So, we try to help. And a lot of the time, it's at our own detriment. And then we learn and we're like, oh shit, yeah, we're not doing that again. Some of us, a lot of us. Some of us don't. But generalizing is always funny to me. Grandma, Maggie's sister broke my heart. She was suffering and in shock. Yeah, I was looking at her. She was Maggie's only sibling. She was her older sister of, I believe, 5 years. So I felt like I was looking at Maggie in a way. Because siblings share the closest DNA, even closer than a sibling would share to their own parent. The closest DNA you can have is to a sibling. So I felt like I was watching Maggie in a way through her, and it just, her sadness. I did not detect malice from her. I did not detect anger. What I detected from her was just pure sadness of how could this happen. But creatures like Alec Murdaugh do exist. And there's no rhyme or reason. If you want to go back and really study Alec, behaviorally, you would have to go back to his childhood and look all through that and see, how this person developed. But what these people have endured, I think that a lot of them, truly believed Alec to be a good person. And to hear several of them say, I have no idea who that guy is. Or that's not the guy that I knew at all. That's just not the person. The bewilderment of them. I hope to never come in contact with a person like Alec Murdaugh. Ever. Dusu, women are very agreeable, though. Okay. And I think that reflects in their maternal instincts and generals. gender roles. Yeah, maybe. But yeah, think about it. Just let me throw this out here. If we're just gonna look at world leaders, I want to throw world leaders in here for this, Dusu. Has there ever been a female elected world leader that has ever started a war? The answer is no. Who historically has had better reigns? Always queens. Always. Men just, when I say evolve, is it a put down? Yes and no. I mean, I'm kind of looking at you guys, like how much longer it's going to take you guys to kind of catch up. But at the same time, it's just men are more, I think because the testosterone, and because they're more physically able, they sort of get sucked into the more of a violent, aggressive type nature. Whereas women look at that and they don't see the benefit because there isn't one. And so they say, yeah, no. I'm going to agree with you right now because I don't want you to be a Fruit Loop. But really, you're a Fruit Loop. So, like, that's kind of the nature, if that makes sense. And I don't know if it does, but yeah. I think that's a great question. Thessel or Thusla. I never know how to say your name. I'm sorry. How would you know? How would you know if you did come in contact with a man like Alec? I suppose you wouldn't. Which that's why I don't want to ever come in contact with someone like that. Because if he has the capability to fool all of these people, I don't want to be around for that. But I don't know. I want to say that you would have some gut instinct or something that at least runs through your head once, twice, maybe, that just says, there's something not quite right there. I don't know what it is, but there's just something there. Does that make you guilty of, putting up with somebody's bad behavior? No. But I think every human typically has that instinct. So I could come up with some counter arguments, but I can't write enough. Do you want to come up on panel? I'll send you an invite, and then you can come up, and we can talk about this, sir. If you come up and you're a female, I'm going to laugh because I think you're a guy. I don't know if you said that or not, but I think you are. But if you want to come up, there's the link. O.J. Simpson's going on Hannity. Jesus. Allie! Hi, my love. How are you? Is that the guy from last time? No. I don't believe so. You know what? Actually, Al, Thusu kind of reminds me of you. He likes to kind of buck the system a little bit and just kind of throw in, I think, opinions that are not abrasive but are thought-provoking, and then slightly annoying because you're like, what do you mean? But they're just not like, oh my God, this guy's horrible or anything like that. It's like, hey, I want to talk some more to you, Anyway, if you want to come up, come up. Al, do you want to come up and talk about this? Did you watch Alex Murdaugh get sentenced, or not get sentenced, be found guilty? You got to learn to tag a cattail or everyone. Well, okay. I don't know. I'm really bad at notifications. You've been called annoying before. Who cares? People probably think I'm annoying. Like, if you're annoying, then somebody will probably say it, or maybe I'll just hang up on you. Or maybe I'll just kick you off the panel. I mean, Robbie came on here and just lost his entire self somewhere over the rainbow. I'm so sorry. It's so bad when you laugh at your own jokes. That was really bad. I take it back. Sorry, SARS. Anyway, it's not their fault, Al. I literally just went live. I think I'm gonna go live. I just went live. They didn't know. You know how random I am. Tamara Santuso, you wasn't annoying. What I miss? Yeah, come on up. Talk about it. I like some banter, when someone can just have some banter and make some points, and it's thought-provoking. It's enjoyable. It's your fault. I'm blaming you. I know. I'm sorry. I am sorry. I just thought, oh, you were saying hi to them. Okay, I didn't see the hi. I thought you were just tagging them. So I was like, oh, Allie's like saying it's their fault. So sorry. It is my fault, 100%. But here's Thusu. Hello, sir. You're not up here. Nope. Let me click off and try to click back on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Oh, I can hear you. Hi.
Okay. Yeah, you did guess. I am a man.
Yay. I missed you. So what do you have to say? Like, I feel like we're like on opposing sides of the fence, but then I also love your perspective. So
yeah, I mean, it's nice to have a different perspective. I think we were talking about difference between men and women, how women have more of, you were saying women have more of an emotional intelligence, right? And you kind of use examples of there being no wars with women and things like that. But, I guess as a counter argument, a lot of these situations that we find ourselves in, sure, statistically, you could blame men, say it happens most often with men, but I think a lot of that has to do, just from a historical perspective, that men are more likely to be placed into those roles. And so expecting women to somehow do or act better should that role have been reversed, I think we don't have enough to say for certain, but I've seen enough, I think, to believe that women are just as capable of immorality, which is probably more of an issue than it is of a genetic predisposition. See what I'm saying? So like the ability to handle a role.
Why do you think that women are more prone to immorality?
No, I'm sorry, you misheard me. What I'm saying is that the issue with a lot of those things happening is more a moral issue that both men and women equally can be subject to or can falter at. So if you see, for example, a history of men starting wars, well, I think women, if they were placed in a similar role, might cause issues, that could result in, war or something else. But
the fact is, though, that has not happened, and I think that a woman, like a current political leader that I'm going to point to right now as a counter argument, is Jacinda from New Zealand. She's absolutely brilliant. Within this country, I don't know where you live. I don't know where you're at. I don't remember if we talked about that last time or not, but I'm in the United States. So I've said for so long with school shooters, stop publicizing their names. Stop glorifying them. The media must stop doing that. Stop printing their names. Just stop it. Stop making them infamous. There is an element that they want that. So stop giving it to them. And I would preach about this a lot on social media. And then I saw her actually do it. You know, there was a guy, I don't know if you remember this or not, or you read about this, but there was a guy that he had wrote a big manifesto. And I believe, I don't know if he went into an Islamic worship place or a Jewish worship place. It was something like that. But he went in there and he shot up a bunch of people. And she immediately moved to not speak his name. And to this day, it was so effective. None of the newspapers would print his name. Nothing like that. They talked about the victims. They talked about what happened, but they would not glorify him. And to this day, you know, just as knowledgeable as I am about crimes and crazy things like that, I don't remember his name. And it's a credit to her. And it just, you know, that's a woman leader. And we can also talk about Merkel, you know, Angela Merkel of Germany. You know, she's done things wrong. She's done things right. But, you know, there's a lot of criticism there. But you can't really take away what this woman has done for Germany. She's a huge political leader. So, and we could go further back. I mean, there's not, we'll have to pull from royalty and things like that, because women being elected as heads of state is not the most commonplace within the last, 200 years or 100 years or so. So we would have to go back to monarchies and things like that to look at it. But at the same time, you could still argue the same thing, that queens, they didn't start wars. It was always the kings, and even if you translate that into modern times today, Queen Elizabeth II was revered, just beloved across the board. She just was. But then her son, who's been waiting in the wings as a king, he's boring. He takes a throne, and it's just been nothing. Well, he's about to with his coronation on May 6th, but he's the king. And he's just been taking nothing but hit after hit after hit. And then people see, oh, his heir's a son, and then his son's heir is also a son. So more generations and decades of kings, and people just don't respond as well. And there's a history to that, so that's why my answer was what it was. Not meant to take personally, but just to look at factually, I guess.
Well, I mean, if you're saying factually, I assume you mean statistically, right? It's like the number of women versus the number of men. But I think that's can be deceiving because, for one, we don't have a large enough sample of women as leaders to really compare equally. Also, you have to consider that a woman who might start a war may do so within the current climate in a different manner in which a man may start a war. So how we judge a woman starting a war, for example, is typically seen, well, she would have to be in a position of authority, the one to make the formal announcement of it and such, right? But oftentimes women do work behind the scenes and are detrimental in actually in forming and instigating wars historically. So there definitely have been cases of that. But furthermore, I would say, does that reflect, in your opinion, what men and women have inherently, right, genetically? In other words, are men just not as good as women in that regard, like morally? Is there a moral discrepancy between men and women, which hinders their ability to handle those roles of leadership, and hence causing more
I would
wars?
say statistically, women would be better in leadership roles, statistically.
But
Just because when you look at really violent crime, you can assume that it's been perpetrated by a male, and most of the time you will be right. You can look at family annihilators, and you can assume that it will be male, and a lot, almost if not all of the time, you will be right. You can look at child predators, pedophiles, and assume that they would be male, and most of the time you would be right. So
there's a
yes,
few holes in that argument, though. For
okay,
example,
yeah,
if you look at women in terms of pedophilia when it comes to underage, if you look
yes,
at teachers and such, very common. Female
yes.
teachers more often than men.
There have
Also,
definitely been cases of it. Yeah.
if you look at difference between, okay, so for one case, and I'm trying to like break it down more intimately, or in cases that are outside of the scope of like warfare directly. But if you look at sort of the social dynamic of men and women in terms of violent behavior, one great example, when you contrast between male gay relationships and female gay relationships, female gay relationships tend to have far more domestic abuse than male gay relationships. In fact, compared to even heterosexual, the female gay relationships tend to have statistically higher domestic abuse. That's an interesting statistic, and again, people can draw conclusions from it. But when we're talking about what women are capable of in terms of violence, another thing that I think a lot of people can possibly relate to, and this is very anecdotal, but I think maybe people have seen it in their life. Women oftentimes, and this is generally speaking, they have a tendency to be confrontational, right? More so sometimes than men. Now, this might, again, be anecdotal, but what I mean by this is if you have, for example, a situation where a woman is confrontational, the man is usually, especially if they're in a relationship with that man, is expected to intervene, right? Or the woman might have expectations that a man do something. So that women can often act in a way or in a manner that can be seen as violent, whether it be physically pushing, slapping, that will oftentimes not be seen with much consequence. While if a man does something, whether it be to another man, if a man places his hand on another man, it's going down. Men have a bit more
Can
restraint.
I
They need to know
stop
what
you
they're getting
for
to. Sure,
just a
go ahead.
second? I do hear what you're saying, and I am not really going to disagree with you, honestly. But Allie is asking me and you, can you just recap what y'all are discussing and a bit about where y'all came in order for this to come up? We don't really know how we got here. We're just kind of here, unless, what can I call you? If you don't want to give your real first name, just make up one. It's fine.
No, however you wish. I think the way you pronounce it is perfect.
Dusu?
Yep, sounds good to me.
I don't care. Basically, well, this is pretty hilarious. But yeah, I look at it and I'm just like, that's what I see. That's what I'm saying. I don't really know. Dusu, do you want to just say a little something about yourself? Like you're a single male, yes.
Really, you assume that I am single, huh?
I thought you were, just from you being on last time.
Oh, that's right. I kind of gave that away, didn't I?
Yeah. So, but I don't know, whatever you feel comfortable with, just, and the way that, because there is, I believe that from what we talked about with you on before, why you kind of see the world the way you do, and then why I see the world the way I do. So just a little bit about yourself, a little background about yourself, just like kind of who you are. Completely anonymous, though. I mean, there's no name, there's no face, so honesty is key.
I don't know. I'd rather I like the sort of ambiguity of.
We don't have to tell who you are, but just kind of where you are with relationships, where you are
Okay.
with, yeah.
Well, I think in relationships, wow, pretty much non-existent. Um, I'm more of a viewer in a way, not to be confused with voyeur, but viewer in the sense that I try to learn, just by reading, seeing, and noticing others. But in terms of my own experiences, rather minimal in terms of relationships. Now, obviously, we can glean some from interpersonal relationships outside of the romantic sphere, but uh, but yeah, in terms of actual, I've never been married, obviously.
Yeah, so
Obviously, but
you just really haven't had a lot of experience with long-term relationships, basically.
sure, sure.
Yeah.
But do I need to have experience in a long-term
No, I'm not even
physical relationship?
debating that. I'm just trying to look for, like, basically to kind of explain to Allie because she wasn't on when you were on the last time. So
Oh,
she doesn't
gotcha.
really know. So she's kind of like trying to put together, like, where did he get this worldview? And I kind of understand where you get it because it's not to say, oh, you haven't been in a long-term relationship, there's something wrong with you. It's just I understand your worldview because you haven't, because
Sure.
you haven't experienced. um I think for you, just from us talking last time, I love talking to you.
Thank you.
I think, yeah, you're just a very, very easy person to talk to. um but you do not come across in text the way you do speaking. You are so much better speaking.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you are. You just come across way more logical and just, I don't know. But I absolutely adore talking to you, and I just find you a really interesting person. You, the impression that I got was that you were a person that was waiting for, like, basically the ultimate love, the real deal. And so you've kept
Sure.
yourself from being physically with another person, romantically, physically with another person. And you just haven't been in any long relationships. And so your lens of the world is what it is. But I don't think that it's necessarily bad as much as I do think it's underdeveloped simply because you have not experienced those things yet. Does that make sense? Is that right?
I understand where you're coming from. It's just that too often when you know, when I see people who have gone through a great deal in life, it doesn't always necessarily results in.
Allie's making a straight up assumption of you right now.
Oh, really? I missed it.
And yeah, she's going with assumptions straight off the bat. You put career first. And she would not be wrong. He did, yes.
Okay.
But that's not, is that good or bad? Who is to judge?
I think it's bad to a certain extent. Okay. You want me to be completely honest? Here's the thing. Well, I'm being honest, but here's the thing about career. As a man, there is, and always has been, this emphasis to be a provider. So having a career to be able to financially provide is very important, And a lot of times, in order, at least it's just day and age, in order to feel that, okay, I have enough to be able to have a family and so forth, you need to develop a career, right? And not allow relationships to distract you. So yes, in that regard, I probably have put career first. However, I like to believe I was willing to consider, right, being in a relationship with someone with,
You know what? I think I don't know if I said this last time, but I think I did. That it's just pure, it's fear. And I get it. Like, I understand the fear. I'm single now after 10 years. Like, that's a surreal feeling. And it doesn't even feel real. I still don't feel single. I'm 100% single, but I still don't feel that way. And it's just, it's surreal.
See, that's what that's the biggest fear I have when it comes to relationships.
Yeah. And listen, my greatest fear came true. And I've had to sit with it. I've had to think on it. I've had to cry about it. Um, I've just had to do all those things. And you come to some conclusions, not just about the relationship, but you do come to some conclusions about yourself. And I just kept looking at myself like, really? You didn't end that like 6 months ago or like a year ago? Because you should have ended it then. But I just explored all these things of what it is to love someone, what it is to understand someone. And I understand your fear, because when you love someone or you want them to love you, you are just, with all of you, giving over your whole heart. You're just placing it in someone's hands, all of you, and just saying, yeah, don't hurt that. Even though you know how crazy flawed humans are, and they usually muck things up. But you're asking this one specific human, please just don't hurt that. And they just usually don't succeed. Even if it's small hurts or really big hurts. I went through, and I'm still going through that actually, a really big hurt. So I get your fear of not wanting to go through it. It is not enjoyable. I do not recommend it. But I feel like it does go back to the old saying of, better to have love and loss than to never love at all.
Yeah, the only problem with that saying is that I don't know if I fully agree with it, because I've seen.
Have you ever felt true love? Have you ever kissed someone and it felt like you were not on this planet? Have you ever been in someone's company and no one else matters? It's just you and them. Like, that type of connection with another person, it would be a shame if everyone did not feel it, no matter the outcome, in my opinion.
I can tell you quite honestly that, yeah, I've never felt that.
Yeah, I didn't think that you did.
But you know what? But here's the thing. I understand. Listen, I'm not putting down that feeling. I think that is a great feeling. I think it's beautiful and edifying feeling. However, would it be worth it to never feel that, and yet at the same time to not have felt the loss? Is it worth that loss? I mean, I don't know. It's just that when you have
It's kind of like saying, is the high worth the low? And I would answer it as complex as that question is, yes and no.
See, that's the thing. If it was a quick answer,
there's no other feeling. You truly feel, because I have felt this, and I was wrong. But I have felt this, and you know what? I don't want to say that I was wrong. I think it was right at that time, and then things changed, because that's kind of what happens. But at that time, yeah, I mean, but that's the thing.
I don't want to just be for a
The
time.
only constant, listen to me, please. The only constant about life is that it will forever change. Nothing about life will stay the same forever. That's the only constant, is change. So it just, you have to think about these things. And I don't know, like, I'm not worried for you or anything. Like, I think you are extremely level headed, probably too level headed, honestly. But I do believe that you have the capacity to find love and it be real with someone. Um,
But I have to be okay even if I don't. See, that's the thing. We can't put that above everything in our we can't treat that like the holy grail, because
yeah, but
how
this
much do people
clearly torments
compromise to
you, or
find it?
you would not call me to talk about it. It
Mm.
torments you. It does. This
No, I wouldn't say
bothers
it torments. I mean, I
you. I think
listen. I enjoy talking about it. I like deep discussions and such. It's just the damage it does to people. I've seen it, and I don't want to be the person that inevitably happens too often. I've heard this, from women who have said it, where they
so.
settle.
So you
They
think
have
that
their
you benefited from not loving and losing love? You think you have benefit
yes.
from, and that's a
I
genuine
think I
question.
have benefit, and I'll tell you why.
Okay,
I
yeah.
think I've developed some discernment. Um, I think I've developed some good judgment when it comes to the compatibility people have, to be able to avoid those situations. I understand what you're saying, that it feels great, but I know too much. Not to be arrogant, but I'm
Yeah,
saying
well,
I
the thing
know
that
too much.
people often screw up is longevity, because just because someone's so great at first, you really do have to get to know them before you can fully commit. Like, this is why I have been just so opposed to marriage, because I have done it. I was actually, I was very young when I had my first son. Um, he's a great kid. He's in the military. He's just a good child. He's not a child though, but I was 15, and my family was very Catholic, and they thought that that was the right thing. That I needed to be married to be like legitimate. Um, I have forgiven them, kind of, but that was a traumatic thing. Like, I was not ready to do any of that. Like, they didn't teach me the right thing. So with my own children, I have been extremely open about sexuality, sex itself, their own bodies, because I think if you're going to understand sex, you have to understand yourself to begin with. You have to know your parts. You have to know what they do. You have to know the titillation. You have to know all of these things before you can engage with another person and really have it be right. Not that I'm like grooming them or anything, but just teaching them about themselves without it being weird. Because I feel like my family always made it very weird and very shunned. And so I didn't know what the hell I was doing. And then they like make me like, you should get married. It's the right thing. Basically, your child's going to be a bastard. Like all these ridiculous things. So I will say that, I didn't do anything to change this, but my state of Delaware did become the first state out of all the states to, you have to be 18 to marry. And I'm proud of them for that. I was 15. No one, male, female, hermaphrodite, no one should be married at 15. You are nowhere near knowing anything just about life, people, yourself, to even make a life altering decision like that. And you should
But
not
isn't
have.
sex life altering?
Yes and no. I mean, well, I remember obviously the people that I've done that with.
Well,
but,
yeah, it clearly altered your life.
but was
Child.
it life altering?
Well, the
Some of
consequences of
them,
sex.
some, but definitely not all. But none of them life altering to the point where, my entire course of life was completely changed. I mean,
I'm on the complete opposite side of that. I'll be honest.
no, I know you are. That's why I love talking to you.
It's just that I see an over sexualization of this generation and of my peers, and the young people today,
Yeah,
and I
you
saw
say
it
that
coming
with
up over the
meekness, and I
decades.
don't think you should, because
And
it's true.
the thing is,
I have a younger daughter, and some of the clothes that I see that are on the racks, and I'm talking Target, just basic
mhm,
stores. They're just tiny mini replicas of adult women clothing.
yeah,
There's just no reason that my 6-year-old should be dressed like a 24-year-old that is an adult freely clearly living their life. um you know there's issues like
but
that.
the reason is because they're making adult decisions in terms of sexual activity too young, and it's before they're 18. And on top of that, you look at what's being produced in a lot of the culture, right, and a lot of the pop culture and such. Even what's that? Cardi B, right? She had like
Cardi B.
sexually explicit
Oh,
content, right?
her.
Guess what? They
Oh wait, that
put
was really
a
bad. Now let me do that again, please, please, please. Oh.
yeah, that's right. So
Okay, thank you.
she
Allie will fix it.
McDonald's put her on a like a I don't know, it was a
I love
pill
her.
or something I don't know, but
She's
they're
so great.
basically targeting kids with that. Like kids go to McDonald's, they see it. It's meant to make
No,
it normalized,
listen,
and
listen.
I can't agree with
Hold
that.
on, sir. Listen, this is a grown woman. Okay, she is putting out songs. What companies? If you're going after her, I'm going to object to that. If you're going after the companies that are targeting children, I will agree with that.
Well, yeah, that's why I bring up
Because
McDonald's. Yeah,
okay,
that's
yeah,
what they're doing. They're using her because I mean she was a stripper, right, initially, and she
yeah,
was admitted to like
yeah,
using
she's not
men's
shy
stuff,
about
and she's done a
anything,
lot of
really.
stuff. And so she purposely trying to make provoking
Allie's so
material. It's
ridiculous.
not new. It's always been going on for decades. That's not new. But the fact that we're like that McDonald's, these companies are selling it and projecting it to kids, it's just I don't understand where people think this is going to go. And there's a person in the chat, Charlotte. I
Well,
did see what you
no,
said
that's
about
the entire problem. Is that they're just not thinking. Me and Allie. Okay, so Allie is being really funny right now. She's just being herself, but Allie is such a critical thinker. I love her to death. Um, and we have for sure conflicted on topics, but she just has a great critical thinking skill set, in my opinion, especially with the things that we disagreed on, because she just, I have my way of thinking, my thought of thinking, and then she'll present a new idea of what she's thinking. And I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Yeah. Let me just look at this. Let me just see what she's saying. And I think that's why I enjoy talking to you so much as well. Because
That's it.
I think that we are fundamentally very different. We have definitely lived different lives, but there's something about you. I don't know what it is. It's a good thing. And I find it intriguing, just the way that you are, and your convictions. Well, whether or not I agree with them is just irrelevant to finding you an interesting person.
I appreciate that. I mean, I think it's I mean, from my own experiences, most people don't. I'm pretty abnormal. I think most people typically, from my sphere of peers and such, tend to be closer to how you think and probably perceive things. So I tend to feel somewhat, like a minority when it comes to that. But I will say, when it comes to sex, Charlotte in the chat brought up an interesting point about how she said most men think sex should be life altering, but sometimes it's just sex. And I agree. Sometimes it is just sex, but to get to that point where it is just sex, I think a lot has to happen. I don't think we can underestimate or I think we sometimes forget that the first time, especially, is very impactful for both men and women. And so, if it's happening younger and younger, it's like I just think that's going to have a life altering effect, or maybe like a domino effect. So to go back, kind of what you were saying before about certain decisions shouldn't be made. It's like why aren't we teaching? Okay, again, this is very naive, so I know everyone will disagree, but why aren't we trying to at least emphasize or uh, value this idea of abstinence, right? Like not engage in sexual activity, not again, not to treat sex as if it's evil or anything. I still, if I can speak for myself, I think it's a beautiful thing, but to treat it with value and not just something that to have fun with, which it's oftentimes it's treated as. And so the impact that, especially for young people engaging in sexual activity, that impact I think is incredibly life altering because it creates a domino effect, and especially in what decisions they choose to make, and also the impact that the relationships have at such a young age.
I don't necessarily disagree with you. I really don't. But I'll say this, that and this is not, please do not take this as me like dismissing you, because I'm not. But you are speaking through a lens of not knowing. And so, as a person that does know, that has been with people sexually, more than one, obviously more than three, um, it doesn't take away from who you are. It sort of adds to it. You learn, like I was saying earlier, you kind of learn more about yourself. You learn what you like, you learn what you don't like, you learn what you're compatible with and what you're not. If you don't have that experience, you are going to continue guessing. But when you've actually experienced it, the guess becomes a lot more probable. Does that make sense?
Well, here's my counterpoint to that, though. How much can you know a person deeply and on interpersonal level? How well can you know a person without having sex?
I'm going to say without having sex, because every relationship I've ever entered, um, I waited. I did not immediately have sex with them. It was just a personal decision. I don't judge anybody for however long they choose to wait, or whatever. But that was just my thing. I wanted to get to know them and stuff like that, and before I entered into that, because I knew once I had sex with them, we were going to be in a relationship. I just knew that. Um, Wait, what was the question? I got distracted.
How
I'm
well can
sorry.
you know how well or how deeply can you know someone
Oh,
without having sex?
yes, I would say be about an 8.5, because it's a part of it.
So
That intimacy with that person only. There's all these people wandering around the earth and stuff, but that's the person that you choose to do that with. So if you leave that part out, I feel like you can definitely learn their personality, their likes, their dislikes, their temperament, it's just all of those things. But that intimacy is definitely a different level, which is why I respect that you guard it as much as you do, or and have. But yeah, it definitely is a different level of intimacy. You do something with this one person that you do not do with anyone else on earth by choice. And that says a lot. So
So by comparison, then, the people in your life outside of relationships that you don't have sex with, family, friends, etc., are you saying then that you know more or more deeply know someone who you have had sex with than any individual you have not had sex with, whether it be a friend, family, parent, child? You don't know them as well or as deeply as someone you have, those whom you have had sex with?
that's a really good question. Um, I would just say that you know them differently. I think that's the best answer, because clearly you're not going to engage in those types of activities with your child or your sister or your grandparents. Um, but you know those people on a different intimacy level. And that's why I'm saying, when you ask the question, how well can you know someone without that element? I'm speaking romantically, and I'm going to say it's an 8.5. With just people in general, just take intimacy, romantic, sexual intimacy out of it. Um, I would say that you would be able to know a person a 10 without that.
So how necessary then is sex? Why theoretically
I
for
don't
one
know that it
person?
is necessary. I just know that people like it and it feels good, so they do it.
Sure.
And they do it with people that they feel very strongly for, typically. Do people have one night stands? Sure. Sure. That's never been my bag. That's just never been my thing. But there are
Mhm.
people that have no problem with that, and to each their own. But
But sex is very self-serving. It's self-gratifying, don't you think? To a certain extent.
I would agree. Yeah. I mean, if we making this religious, and I'm just asking,
I mean, we could make it religious,
because
spiritual, but I mean, you don't have to. You could still keep within the realm of, sort of a psychosocial
well,
thing.
yeah, I mean, if it's self-serving and you're a single person, you haven't committed to anyone, you're in no relationship, you engage with sexual activity with another person that is also single. I feel like that's a you thing. That just has nothing to do with me.
But how many times do people, and Ali, bringing this up a lot in the chat, how often does it happen where someone is in a relationship having sex, right? And they've been in a long-term relationship, and then all of a sudden they find something out about their significant other that, like, oh wow, I didn't know that. It's completely changed how I see them, or they
Oh,
they act in a way
that's
that's not
so
typical.
happened to me, and
Is that, well? See,
it's devastating.
but see, that's the thing.
I'll tell you a
It's
story.
okay.
This is very personal. But I'll tell you something that happened in December. This past December to me. My older children's father that I was married to. Um, we we ultimately separated, divorced, because uh, he had an alcohol issue. Um, and he had went to rehab for it, and stayed clean about 3 years, and they were a great 3 years. But it that ended, and so did our relationship. And the way that ended is that I worked overnight shift, and my department was the department that just never stopped working. Like, other departments would come to our department looking for overtime, and we usually gave it to them because we needed it. So but this rare night, this really rare night, we didn't have any work. And it was just extremely rare, but exciting. Like, holy crap, I'm gonna get to go home on a Wednesday and actually sleep in my bed. That's great. So I leave. We're dismissed at 10 o'clock p.m. and I'm like, this is perfect. Can't wait to go home and get in bed with my husband, and sleep next to him, because he complains often that I work overnight, and so we don't get to sleep next to one another a lot. So I get home and all the lights, I pull up and all the lights in my house are on, like every light. And I'm like, what in the hell? That's just so abnormal. So I pull up, I get out of my car, I walk up the sidewalk, I go in the house, and he's just standing there. The house is spick and spotless clean, like from ceiling to floorboard, but he's standing there with a beer in his hand. And it was just like a shock. Like, am I seeing what I'm seeing? Yes, I am. And yeah, it was complete downhill from there. It was a devastating event. It's an event that I'll always remember in my life. But then I also have to remember those other years that I had with him and my older children, and they were great. We did so many things. We lived at the beach. We went on trips. We had a lot of love time. We had a lot of pillow talks. We had a lot of things. So it's just it's good and it's bad. You know, do
Yeah.
I wish to find the person that doesn't ever cause me the bad? Yes. That's the goal. Finding that, I can just tell you by experience, is very difficult. It's like you know it when you know it, and then
Do we though? Do
suddenly
we really know
somebody
it?
pulls out a rug from you. Yeah, and you're like, wait a minute, I
Yeah.
was pretty sure about that. And what is this? Yeah. So I
Yeah.
get the fear.
Well, I mean, you've probably lived it more so than I have. Obviously, I mean, not
I've lived
having
it
not
too.
love. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I think, especially now that I'm getting older, it's you kind of feel like that. Not to get sound depressing, but it kind of feels like there's a time for certain things, right? There's a time for love, right? There's a time for marriage. There's a time for relationships, etc. And certain things that maybe I wanted when I was younger, just aren't really feasible as you start getting older, and maybe it's time to sort of move on. And that's kind of feel for myself. It's like there's like having a family, for example, because I don't have kids, obviously I'm not married. It's different for a man, obviously, because I can uh, I can still have children as I get older. Women, it's probably different because as you get older you can't have children. So but I feel like it's the dynamic of relationships changes so much so that it's not really realistic anymore, you know,
Well,
to
I'm
have a
going to
family
guess
as you get older.
this. After being in relationships literally in my teenage years, my 20s, my 30s, and now my 40s, because I'm 41, um, I think that this is a prime age for really knowing who and what you want. And I feel like people that get together at this age make better decisions, because you really do know yourself. And you really, most people have seen the world. They've just seen people, they've seen the interactions, and they just kind of know who and what they want. And I don't know. They're like my 20s, I have to say I was just a fool. I didn't think I was a fool, but in hindsight, I was. In my 30s, I started really taking note. And then now in my early 40s, I've ended a 10-year relationship, and that's really difficult. But, and I'm not ready to date at all anyone. I'm nowhere near that, but I'm just kind of looking at myself like, you know exactly who you want, what kind of person you want. And no one's ever going to fit the mold 100% because humans are flawed, right?
Sure.
Yes, humans will always be flawed. But it just, I know better than ever who I am, what I like, what I would expect, what I would hope someone would expect of me, than I ever have. So I really look at this because I've had friends say to me, like, aren't you scared? Aren't you scared that you're 41 and you're single? And I'm like, no. Like, I've experienced things. I know exactly what I'm looking for now. And I'm not even looking for it. If it happens, well, then it does. But at this moment, for sure, I'm not going on some active hunt for someone. And I am old fashioned and archaic in the way that I think that men are natural hunters, and I think that women are not, and I think that's okay. Um, I've never been a fan of like just pursuing a male. It just doesn't feel natural to me. Maybe it does to other women though, and if it does,
No,
cool.
no,
I don't.
you're the norm. That's how it typically is. Women expect the man to be the pursuer.
Yeah, I just. Well, how do you feel about that? Like, would
I think
you
it's horrible.
disagree with that? Do
Listen,
you? Okay.
here's the no. I'm half joking. Here's the thing. There's pluses and minuses to that.
Well, I find this
On the
very
positive,
interesting.
yeah, okay. On the positive side, being able to be a pursuer does provide you a certain level of autonomy because you can sort of decide where you want to go, right? You're not accosted by women constantly, unless you're in like the top 10% of men. And a lot of men, who are really desirable probably do get, maybe as they get older as well. But for the most part, men being the pursuer can have some positive aspects because you have a little more control over the situation, like who you pursuing and such.
So, should I
But
just give you my phone number now, or
yeah, well, here's the thing. But here's the thing.
do you get that a
When
lot? Do
what?
women hit on you a lot?
Um, when I when I was younger, it was more difficult because I was in situations where I was probably more open. But as I got older, I kind of I try not to put myself in positions where I could be I don't know tempted. So no, not really. I don't think so. Not anymore. I'm older now. But in terms of being pursued, I, it's tough to it's tough for women to really get a man sort of honestly, if that makes sense, because there has to be sort of games that are played for the man they want to pursue them, and that's one thing I
I
noticed.
particularly enjoy mental games.
See, that's the thing.
That's the thing.
I don't like mental games.
Well, I
I
do. Okay, let me
well
clarify.
for love when it comes to love.
No. Let me clarify. When I say mental games, I don't mean let's play narcissist games. I mean, I want to challenge you on trivia. I want to go to
Oh, I see
trivia
what you're
night
saying.
with you, and I want to sit across the bar from you and order you shots. Like I order me shots, and I want to beat your ass at trivia because I'm smarter than you. That's what I mean by mental games.
Gotcha.
Anything aside from that, no. But I feel like people desire different things. Like there's some people that really are highly sexual, like they just, I'm looking at Leos. I'm looking at Libras. Tamara, don't get mad at me. But I am looking at Libras.
Oh, that's right,
Because
Libra.
they typically are.
Well, you can imagine where I'm at then.
Yeah, exactly. So Gemini, I am a Gemini. We typically are thrown in that category as well. But I feel like unfairly because I don't just sleep with everyone. Like I want to know you. I want to know your brain. That's what gets me off. Other people, it's different things. Like we'll go with astrology here again. It would just Capricorn, like the earth signs. Capricorn, Virgo, Taurus. They're dog lovers. They're earth lovers. They're environmentalists. They like things like that. Whereas air signs, such as myself, we want to know everything about your brain. We want to know how you think, why you think, when you think, and what you're thinking all the time. Like we just like the analyzing. It's actually a turn on. So it's just different strokes for different folks. But I always, well, I say always. It's only our second time, but speaking. But I just feel like fear, and again, I understand the fear, but you have like I think significant fear that you have to overcome in some way.
I think it's a little more complicated than fear, though, or like, well, fear
Well,
of what
there's
exactly?
religion
Because,
thrown in there too.
well, here's the thing, and because you were talking about how women are tend to want to be pursued, right? So it's easy to be comfortable as a man because you're not being pursued by women typically. Um, and so what happens is that if you become comfortable, right, then over time you start to sort of live without women. I know it sounds weird. It just, you kind of learn to, okay, well, I have to just deal with it and adapt. And so you just become sort of numb, desensitized, right? And that's what I mean by, getting comfortable. And that's the kind of negative impact of like where the one-sided pursuit comes in, because
Well, can I
women,
ask this? Has there ever been a woman that you've ever connected with that you felt, obviously on not a sexual level, but on every other kind of level that you felt like you connected with?
well, yeah, there's definitely women that, well, this is where the complicated aspect comes in regards to fear, because yeah, sure, I've known people who I thought, okay, this is some really compatible people who have shared values or have certain perspectives that are really engaging, but I had to stop myself because certain things were not ready yet. It's like certain ducks were in a row. Does that make sense? I think, okay, here's the thing. A lot of people kind of go through the world starting with just the sexual desire. And then from there, maybe we'll have like, oh, let's just go have fun, have sex. Then maybe we'll actually have a relationship. Then maybe we'll actually say we love each other. Then maybe we'll get married, right? Then maybe we'll have kids, unless, kids come in the middle somehow or happen. But the thing is, I'm kind of the opposite. Like I already know the end, what I want. So I need to prepare for that, and I feel like I'd be wasting someone's time if I'm not ready for it. So maybe the fear, the complication of fear is more of the preparedness, right? And maybe that's my rational mind playing in. But if I'm not prepared, why would I waste someone's time? You know? But that again, in retrospect, now they look back, I think I should have taken that risk. I should have been willing to not get all my ducks in a row, so to speak. Well, on certain things, I think personal things when it comes to development of character and such, I think that's really important. But in terms of just sort of superfluous aspects of relationships, such as financial, having stability, and career and education stuff. That one, maybe I should have taken more risk. But again, I can't go back in time. So
I
it's like,
think you're over analyzing.
yeah, I am. I'm an overanalyzer.
Yeah, you are. Because sometimes you just kind of have to cut the string and let it go. And I know that's really scary. But really good and bad things can come from it. But it's life. Like it's not meant to be tiptoed through. You get one. Run. Jump. Skip. Hop. Do. You don't, and I'm not saying that you will, because I don't know, there's something about you that I genuinely just like, even though, again, we have lived very different lives and have very different outlooks on life because of the lives that we've lived. But there's something just very likable about you. And I do
appreciate that.
feel like, well, I feel like you are going to find the person that you are meant to be with. What I worry about is that you are going to expect perfection, and you cannot do that, because you have to remember the fundamental law that humans are flawed.
Sure. No, yeah, that's true. I mean, but at the same time, I don't want to compromise on certain fundamental expectations when it comes to relation. You know what I mean? It's like, I understand that some people are like, well, I'm just gonna take it as it goes, or I don't know, but I don't
Like,
think it's too much
how
to expect.
often, and if this is too intrusive a question, then say so. But how often have you gotten scale of 1 to 10, like super curious about just what it would feel like romantically in a sexual nature?
What? Sorry, ask it again.
So, how many times would you estimate, like just throughout your life, that you got curious about what it would feel like sexually, romantically? And again, if that's
Well,
too intrusive, say so.
no, no. In terms of being curious about what it'd feel like, I mean, that's like all the time growing up. I mean,
Really? So
I had a very
would
strong
you mark that
sexual
as a
desire.
10?
Uh,
So like a 10?
you mean,
Like
so
scale of 1 to 10, just to make it easy. It sounds like a 10, but
regarding like how much
yeah,
desire, just
the
when I was
curiosity, the desire, yeah.
so the desire, probably when I was young, it would be a 10. But as I got
Yeah.
older, it sort of dissipated. And, now I'm probably at like a 5. I'm sorry, I've kind of got that, a little weary.
So,
But
because you know what, I've told this story before on another like different live streams. They way back or whatever. But my aunt, she passed away in September, but she was a school bus driver for like 35 years. And she worked with this woman. Her name was Agnes. She died, I think Agnes was 66, somewhere in there. But she wasn't heavily religious. She did believe, but she did believe in the sanctity of marriage. She died a virgin, happily. She never her whole life was ever with a man, and she was okay with that. My aunt was as intrigued with her, I think, as I am with you. She didn't question her as much because my aunt had more class than I did, clearly, but she just, it was just a fascinating thing.
sure.
But I guess you cannot miss what you don't know.
Yeah, it's like drinking. Like I don't drink, for example, but or I don't smoke or anything like that. And you don't really, you can't get addicted to something you don't try, right?
Yeah,
So it's like
totally right.
s-
It's
but
awfully weird to me because I say this with love, Thusu. Okay.
I'm prepared.
You strike me as equally the perfect male ever and a serial killer. And I don't know where the in between is.
But how many serial killers have been like the most charismatic? You know what I mean? So
Ted Bundy. I'm going with Bundy. Like Bundy was charismatic. He was. He was good looking.
Yeah.
He was charismatic. Like he had it all going for him.
But no, I'm not. I'm not.
Okay,
No
hold
way.
on. My
Okay,
chat
sorry.
is having Charlotte would like me to remember that. Charlotte, I am here, girl. If you want to come up, I will put the link in the thing. And listen, text is text. It's great and all that. But like I was just telling him, the way he comes across in text is sort of abrasive. But
Really?
yes. But the way
And why
you
is that?
are speaking, I could not feel more comfortable if I tried. Even though we have different tunnels, different, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Come from
Yeah,
different
no, you're
perspectives,
not
different
abrasive at
directions.
all. So I just kind of like hearing from people. I mean, it's just a totally different thing. If all I ever did was, just write on my community tab and you never heard my voice or my demeanor or my dialect, you just get this one-dimensional thing. But when
Yeah.
you hear someone speak, the way they use their words, what they talk about, what they choose to talk about, you get a more wholehearted um, impression of them. Kind of like we got way off topic, and we should be talking about Alec Murdaugh right now. But kind of like him, because this guy was just the biggest pathological liar ever. But he thinks that he's so good that he's going to get on the stand and tell everyone how much of a liar he actually is, but just believe me for this thing. Like,
Yeah.
that's just phenomenal. Like
It's
I'm going to tell you a lie about my entire life. And then my daughter and my other daughter are just going to be dead, and just believe that I know the cops are saying that I'm guilty, but just believe me when I tell you I'm not. You know.
but he was successful though for so long. And
Well,
we're
you
seeing
have
him
to
because he got a didn't
listen.
get away with it.
I have to object really early with this because of the successful statement. I kind of hate that. Like when it comes to people like him, when it comes to cartel, when it comes to big drug dealers, there's an idolization that goes on with people. Like, wow, look how they were able to just be so powerful. But you're missing something. They were completely deceitful, murderous, all of these things while they were becoming so powerful, and they all
Sure.
fall. Name one that has not fallen. They all
Well,
fall. It's
that's
not
the
worth
trick
it.
though. If they haven't
There is
fallen,
no
then you
trick.
wouldn't be able to name them. You see what I'm saying? That's sort of the paradox. If they're found, right, then you can point to that. Hey, look, that person got found. But if they're not found, how can you point to them? But so it's almost like it's a tough thing to nail down because how many people are out there getting
No,
away
I
with
mean,
it?
I agree, because obviously, if they were involved in the trade and we don't know their names, they got away with it. The sons of bitches. Owls, come up here. Allie, I'm gonna start yelling at people. Please don't. Look, Tamara's in here. What's Tamara saying? Something about you being a Libra. He's a Libra. So he overthinks everything. I want to point out to you again that Tamara is a Libra as well. So she's kind of
Okay.
speaking from, yeah. So
Okay.
she's talking about you, but she's saying he's a Libra. So he overthinks everything and he wants it perfect for whomever he loves. Um, knowing Tamara, as long as she's been a moderator for me, that's a positive statement from her. I think that Libras, like, we'll just do astrology for a minute. You guys really are the lovers of the zodiac, that the real lovers. You genuinely
Naive.
want that, and it's just, it's hard to come by. And it's so weird for me, because just as a person, like, as speaking to you, I could not have more respect for you. I love the way you present yourself. I love the way you speak. I even like the things you say, even though I don't agree with them. But I just do, which is odd. But I do, and you just. But if there's one thing that I would think that people would do well with experience. You would do well with experiencing things. But I don't want to say, strip away your beliefs and you need to do this and blah blah. I would never do that to you.
But I'm glad, to be honest, I did, regardless of what happened in the future, even if I never find love or never get married. I will say that knowing myself, had I not had such convictions and such an upbringing to form those convictions, I would likely have been incredibly promiscuous and very, I think I would have had I think it would have been dysfunctional. I think it would have gotten
If
too
you
much.
had a wife, how would you envision the relationship? Just in 2 sentences. You get 14 words.
Probably very traditional and grounded, but also mutually respectful, and
you're about to go over your word limit.
There we go.
Okay, and so if you had this wife, how would you envision your children?
I envision the children being, it's funny thing you mentioned that, because I have all these notions about, and here's me overthinking, how to raise children in terms of education, upbringing, morals, ethics, etc. So it's so important to me to be on the same page with a woman who shares, certain values, convictions as me. But I know enough, at least academically, that children are their own beings. To a certain extent, what they become is a mixture of so many different factors, from peers to their own, genetic predispositions and temperament, and really, Mike's.
Yeah, there's just a lot of different factors that play it.
So my expectation for children isn't so much on them, but rather me. What am I? How am I going to be with those children?
What? Can I just pause you? I am so happy you just said that, because when you started off with, I envisioned them as, and I was like, okay, and I was just thinking to myself, where are you going to come in, because you're the teacher. So you saying all that and then getting to, but it's really about what I do. That's perfect. But go ahead.
Well, yeah, I just think that you can be a good parent and you have to let them go. You know what I mean? And so in that regard, I can only do as much as I can. And well, we can. I think it's something that me and a wife have to do together. I don't think it's just me. I think it really is a co-laboring. And so then that sort of burden or yoke has to be equally shared between. Again, what I'm saying is incredibly probably naive and idealistic, but when it comes to,
it's your life experience, though. So naive, yeah, I think that's a word you can use, just because of the lack of sexual experience. But it doesn't mean that you have not experienced people. Clearly, you have. Sure. So I'm not looking at you as somebody that's like completely green. I'm looking at you as someone that can probably read body language and verbiage very well, because you have exited out one of the components. So because you're probably going to be more hyper vigilant on others, such as, like I said, body language, verbiage, what a person speaks of, things like that. It's like losing one of your senses. Like when a person loses hearing, they see better, they taste better, they do that better. Sort of like that. I feel like this, I don't know. I just really hate to come across as critical of you, because I'm not. I'm just not. I don't see really anything wrong with what you've done. Do I think you would benefit from experience? Sure. But if it comes at the cost of your convictions or your beliefs, then no. I think the cost is too high.
Yeah, and that's where, and as I get older, I'm noticing there's
It's just whatever you are comfortable with.
Sure.
If you
that's the thing, though.
Yeah,
I mean, we
if
could
you
be
are,
comfortable.
let's go back to the monarchy. I like to get back to this because it's just always been an interest of me, so I know a lot of the history. But Edward VIII, the king that abdicated the throne for love. Wallis Simpson, classic story. The American actress, divorcee. He abdicates the entire 600, 700-year-old reign of British monarchy to marry this woman because his convictions were that. He should have been the what he was slated to be was the head of the King of England. But what he chose was love. And so sometimes you have all these convictions about people, and I can say this about myself. And then you come across a person that doesn't fit that mold, but there's something there. You don't know what it is. You're not really sure why, but it's just there. Have you ever had that? No.
Probably not, no.
I mean, interesting.
I would mind.
I do not mean to be rude or anything. I just
no, of course not.
As a person that is very interested in the behavioral sciences, I just don't take this as like a case rundown. But do you have any sort of autism, anything of that nature? And there's no judgment.
I don't.
None of that. Okay.
I know that definition.
Can I ask a very personal question? Were your parents divorced? You don't have to.
Yeah, I'll keep that personal. But in some respects, it was untraditional.
Okay.
So I would say that what I'm describing in my desires isn't necessarily what I saw played out directly in my own life.
I'm going to take that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm going to take that as you saying, I saw what my parents did. I didn't particularly like it, and I would like to change that in the way that I would like to change it.
Sort of. Yeah, in a way.
Yeah.
In a way.
Yeah.
But not completely, because
I think that's very normal, though. I think most kids do that. Like, we kind of look at our parents like, okay, they did that really good. I'm gonna take that from them. But they really sucked at that. I don't want to do what they did in that aspect.
Yeah.
I just think that's really normal, probably just people across the board, but yeah.
But I don't really want that to be the normal, so to speak. You know what I mean? I would like to, again, maybe this is idealistic, but I like to believe that it is possible or probable or at least somehow um, can be done to where one could literally get married and be with that person the rest of their life. I just can't imagine uh,
I
divorce. I know
absolutely
it's
think
real,
that.
but I just can't imagine. Like, okay, let me put it this way: if I was married and my
Well,
wife
I know
died, I
people
could
that
not
have been
imagine
married for like
remarrying.
60 plus years and they're old and they're still married. That absolutely can be done.
But
Do we live in a
still, it's hard.
different world than they did when they married? Sure. But I mean, it would just be foolish to think that there are not other people out there with your ideals or convictions or things like that. There are, for sure.
That's
I, I,
true.
I just I
Yeah.
hate that you feel different. You are different though, but it's not a bad different. That's the
No,
key.
I don't think I'm bad. Yeah, I don't think that way. No, I have a great. I take great value in my beliefs, so I'm not. I don't feel bad about it. But at the same
Yeah,
time, I
like
want to
if
be
I'm
realistic.
out husband shopping and they have these things. I've never participated, but I always wanted to just out of curiosity. The speed dating. We like go around to like 10 different tables and like you spend like 15 minutes just like talking to a person. Like, yep, nope. But I feel like if I sat down across from you, I would be highly attracted to you, but I would also know that our ideals are different, just
Yeah.
lived experience is different. So I would move on, but I wouldn't look back and say, "Oh, stay away from that one." I would
Sure.
look
Yeah.
back and say, "That's a good one for you or you or
Yeah.
you."
Just not
Not for
compatible.
me, but for yeah. Uh
Exactly. Yeah.
yeah. So it's just different beliefs.
Mhm.
Like, have you ever, if you don't mind me asking,
Sure.
what what exactly was your religious belief, or what did you grow up um believing parent wise?
Well, I grew up believing, I guess, what would be typical in the United States, so Judeo-Christian background.
Okay. So, did you go to church every Sunday? Were your parents?
Yeah, I have.
Okay.
But I would say again, it's more of a personal conviction. I'll tell you this from my own personal experience: the the church is not a. Okay, then this is going to kind of be interesting, but the church is not a great place, in my personal opinion, to look
Shocking.
for.
You don't
But
say.
here's what
I,
I mean by that.
sir, do I have to hang up on you right now? Those, how dare you?
it, but the
That's
thing is, no, it's just that. Okay, so my personal belief is that the church, it's people go to church, should not be used as a place to hook up, right? Unfortunately, the reality is it does happen and it happens too often. So someone, I think it's probably, I would think more likely to be successful in finding someone who's compatible, and sincere and genuine.
I'm literally listening to you right now,
Mhm.
and without realizing it, when you said when you said hooking up with people in church, you shouldn't, but it happens.
Yeah.
I realized that my mouth contorted in a way it doesn't normally. Um, it like my bottom lip like kind of went down in some weird droop, and my top lip like went to the right. It was really weird, but Yeah, like I think about hooking up with someone at church, and I don't know, my mouth just does really gymnastics. I don't know how else to explain that, but yeah, I just I don't know though. I mean, you just I don't know. I really don't like judging people. Like if maybe there are two people that go to church and they're just genuinely good people, just genuinely good hearted, and they go to church and maybe things are a little unconventional. I don't know, but they do, and they find a meeting of the heart. Um,
Yeah, it's possible. I'm just saying,
Definitely
like, I wouldn't
possible.
want to go to
Still
church to
has
pursue. That's
happened.
yeah, I
Yeah,
can,
but
but it's complicating. It's kind of like when you go, it's kind of like dating at your job. It's just its own
oh god,
controversial topic. It's
no,
like I'm against
no,
that completely,
no.
and
You
so
never stop. You never date at your job ever.
but it
Not
happens
ever.
all the time, all the time.
Yeah, no. Don't if you I don't know if you've done that. I'm not gonna ask.
But no, I
I've
don't.
asked a lot of intrusive questions. Don't ever do that. Just that's my advice. I've done it one time and that was enough. You do not date your coworkers. You can create just a completely hostile working environment. It's just and it's in the bylaws usually of every company that you do not date, especially you're like a manager and things like you just do not do that. I was the manager. But either way, um, you do not do that. Uh, it's just bad for business all the way around. Maybe, you know what? I just had a revelation.
What's that?
Maybe I'm a person that has to do something to get it. Maybe you're a person that just cerebrally thinks of it and understands, no, don't touch that hot kettle.
Yeah,
Whereas I'm
definitely.
like,
Yeah.
let me just touch it and see, ow, okay, got it. You know?
I've known a lot of people like that. They need to learn by experience.
Yeah.
I'm the opposite. I try to learn from others' experiences and from textbooks, etc. I don't want to feel the pain because the pain from learning the wounds they can run deep and it could take a long time to heal. So yeah, you might learn from experience, but at what cost? And when it comes to love, that's perhaps what for me has always been sort of a so that I've been mindful of, which is how deep are you going to go into, a relationship? How deep are you going to, pursue someone, and how deep are you going to, are you willing to go before, you're just going? And this goes back to the importance I place on marriage, which again is probably the opposite of how you mentioned, which is like I only believe in marriage, but
Yeah.
such that it is the beginning
Can I
rather
ask
than
you
the lead
this?
to.
And this is just a curious question from a person that doesn't particularly like or like to entertain the idea of marriage. Um, how do you feel? And I will not attack your or be some rabid
Sure,
beast.
no
I
problem.
genuinely want your outlook. How do you feel about sharing a bank account with your wife?
It's funny you mention that. Because I've known people who don't, and I always thought it was the norm to share a
Well,
bank
I
account.
want to just point out that you said it's funny you mentioned that. It's definitely something you've thought about. Go ahead.
Sure, yeah, because I've seen people who have not done it, and I always thought it was the norm to have shared bank accounts. And part of the reason, again, it's because my again idealized and probably naive perception of marriage and relationships, and being married is literally to a union, a one. And so that importance that I place on having a similar outlook and beliefs and convictions is because the definition of marriage is simply two people not simply making a deal, right, or having a transaction, but rather two people who are essentially one and going about their life. It's sort of like how you imagine, I don't even know. I don't think there's anything like it. I think it's again, maybe I'm naive, but the notion of marriage and what it means to be married with someone is just it doesn't make sense to have a different bank
Just,
account.
I guess, you're speaking from ideals and what you've been
Yeah,
taught and what you've
admittedly.
been shown. I'll speak from experience, which doesn't, again, make my experience better than yours. It's just that's what you perceive. Here's what I perceive from my lived experience. Um, Marriage complicates everything. Um, and I do not believe in shared bank accounts. I do not believe in anything really shared paper wise. It's just better that way, unless it comes to if you truly trust that person with you, if when you die, how that's going to be conducted, those sorts of things. But yeah, I have lived the shared money thing, and it actually didn't go bad. It actually did. It wasn't bad. But my second long term relationship, we did not have any of that, and I was okay with that. Um, it just, to me, it makes sense because I've seen so many people get married, share a bank account, suddenly somebody's missing 5,000, 10,000. My ex's, or, his cousin was missing 50,000, I think.
Wow.
Yeah, so it just, regardless of who makes more or less, it's just, I think, common sense that you keep your bank account separate. Um, Even if you're married, you can be married, you could be completely 100% committed to one another and share money back and forth. But keeping it separate keeps it simple. And I think I said this in the chat like way earlier, but life is actually simple. It's humans that complicate it. Humans just make things incredibly complicated that are very simple. And I see this over and over again, but
But
go
we
ahead.
need, humans, so we have to live complicated lives. And
Well, we don't, but we do.
it's what
Some of
makes us
us
human.
don't. Yeah, I mean, I guess that goes back to the flawed thing,
We could be
really.
all robots, I suppose. But
No, the
in a way,
AI
it's more
is
challenging.
taking over. I'm telling you, it is.
Yeah,
God,
no, I understand where you're coming from, though, because it happens so often, and I understand that it's safer. But I feel like, what's the point of being married then, if you can't trust them
I'll
wholly and
say
completely?
this. This was a really weird experience. Just this is me. Other people, I don't know how they felt, but um so I waited 5 years to marry the father of like my older children. 5 years. And I did that on purpose. Like I really was like, I want to be absolutely sure. He attempted to propose after 2 years. And I was like, no, no, no. And I felt bad because he carved it, the whole thing, like, will you marry me in a pumpkin? And he didn't do this in front of family and everything. So it wasn't as bad. It wasn't like this giant letdown. Kind of a little prior before cell phones, I guess. But, I was just like, no, 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 no. We're not going to do that. So I wait 5 years after we've been together several years, and it didn't last a year. And I remember, like, the day after we got married, I was so excited to say, "You're my husband," and I saw the same exact excitement with him. You're my wife, and we were so excited to say these things. And then something changed in me. And I could not picture anything else except a plateau. And I kept thinking to myself that, well, there's like nothing else after this now. Like, I'm married, I have kids. So
Isn't that
what's
everything though?
no, it
Isn't that
wasn't.
where the joy comes from?
It was, but it felt personally like a plateau. And
Interesting.
I mean, you have to remember, I was 25 years old, so I was younger, but
Hmm.
I just, there was something that was like, I've learned throughout my time of being single after that and being in a relationship and such, who I actually am. And I didn't know that at 25, let alone to navigate a marriage and what someone else wanted. But I thought I knew, but I didn't know what the hell I wanted at 25. I didn't know. Like, I
Even at
know
25,
now.
huh?
Huh?
Even at 25, say you didn't know what you
No,
wanted or
I
who you were.
just didn't. I thought that I was doing the right thing. I waited 5 years. I thought that was the right thing. I was really getting to know this person, and I do know this person. I did know this person. I still know this person. We have shared children, like I mentioned. So, we get along. There's no animosity. We don't hate one another. There's none of that. But it just, you can't predict the future. And I don't know. I feel like you're my friend. Like, we're both in our swimwear and we're standing on like a cliff that's like a 25-foot drop, and you're like quivering, like, no, bro, I'm not doing that. And I'm like, no, you're gonna do that. And you're like, no. And I'm like, yeah, you are. Like, I want to grab your hand and rip you, and like, we're jumping. Like, your fear be damned, because what's holding you back is just pure fear. I mean, you would, from what I know of you, like, I've never seen you, I've never hung out with you, I don't know you like that, but just talking to you, I feel like you would be a really cool person to hang out with. No drama, intellectual talk, um, uh, great self awareness. Um, Again, disagree with some of your beliefs and convictions, but do not condemn you for it. And you do the same to me. I think that's the best part, is that I'm not like, oh, you're so wrong and blah blah blah. And you're not that way either, but we both still stand by my lived experience and your conviction.
Sure. Well, I kind of had to learn, even at a young age, when you have strong convictions, you have to temper it, with some diplomacy and some.
Yeah, you have to have diplomacy really with everyone.
Sure, especially
That's
if you
why,
have
like,
strong opinions.
yeah, because um again, do I think it would greatly benefit you to have lived experience? Yes, absolutely. But I'm not just going to be like, oh my God, you've never done this, you have no idea what you're talking about, and blah 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 blah. Just, all kinds of things like that, because there's context here, there's nuance here. You have beliefs, you have things you feel strongly about, and there's just nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. And there will be women that, and there probably already is, I don't know, because I agree with you,
Well,
that I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Even though I've lived a very different life experience from you. My I think you live in fear. That's I guess my criticism, if that's how you want to take it.
well, I mean,
But
Yeah, I can see that though. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. I don't really see it so much as fear though, because believe it or not,
It's
actually,
definitely fear. I have to say that.
but I still find the joy, even regardless of, or regardless of whether or not I am in a relationship or not, or whether I'm not married. I guess i- if I were to put, or if I were to value relationships, marriage, and stuff so highly that it like caused me to be somehow, I don't know, feel inadequate or to become depressed, then yeah, it would become dysfunctional. But at the very least, my apprehension or sort of my cautiousness when it comes to getting into a relationship or marriage, I don't feel that as at the very least dysfunctional, even if there are elements of fear to it. Does that make sense? I'm trying. I'm trying to rationalize again my choices, but I feel like I still can believe I made a good choice, even if I haven't jumped that cliff, so to speak.
Yeah, again, like there's no knocking. If chat wants to knock, they might knock on you for that, but I just don't feel that way. I feel like because this is why I think maybe I'm saying this, even because I've lived a completely different life than you, is that when I was 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, I used to tell everyone, I'm not having kids. I'm going to travel the world. Like that was my convictions. That's what
Yeah,
I wanted to do. And
and yet
I
the
was
opposite happened. Huh?
properly taught about sex or myself, really. Um, and so again, I got pregnant at 15 years old.
See, it's
And
funny.
it dramatically changed my life projection. But I don't dislike your position or what you're trying to do, because I was like that. Anyone and my entire family, when they found out I was pregnant, they were just flabbergasted. Jessica? No. Like, like it was just disbelief, because that was my whole thing. Marriage. Like, you're out of your mind. Children, what are those? I'm traveling. I'm going to Dubai. I'm going to China. I'm going to Australia. I'm backpacking Europe. I'm going to Africa, South Africa, preferably. There. I just had all these places. I had this blue globe, the globe you see from the 80s.
Mhm.
I had one of those in my room, and I literally, like a movie, just used to spin it, and I would just stop it, and wherever I stopped it, I would look at the country and I would just memorize the country. I don't know. I've just always had a great thing with that. And so to have children, become married, was that how I envisioned my life? No, but that is how it played out. And so for you to have envisioned your life the way that you did, and then it is playing out the way that you envisioned, well, I don't see
Well,
anything wrong with that.
I think no, I think we actually are very similar in that regard.
Yeah.
Um, I knew when I was young that all I wanted was to be married and have kids. That was even when I was very young. Like that was my ideal. Again, to you, for you, it was traveling the globe. For me, it was um, falling in love and being married, having children, and that was. And so to not have that happen, right? Um, it's like kind of like you. It doesn't always turn out how you think when you're young. But you know what? You take the good because you have you're able to have beautiful children, right? Even though you didn't plan for it, you'd expect that you thought you're going to go to the globe, but good comes from it. So even though I didn't get married or have children, there's some good that has still come in my life as well. There's some things that are edifying and things that I can look back on. And like I say, it's not too late, so it could happen. Um, but yeah, having the expectation that these things will play out as you expect, I don't think that's just life. That's what happens. I think we I don't think we have Jess anymore. Maybe she something happened. What's the Ali? You mentioned something though about asking if I have the motive, means, and opportunity. What does that mean? Oh, okay. Oh, gotcha. Well, I think someone was asking earlier um, about whether I forgot. There's a question. I have to look it up. I do know someone did ask me a question. Corny bar pickup line. I don't go to bars, so I wouldn't know. I don't drink, so I don't. It's it's funny. I never really thought about, and this is where it's kind of sucks being a guy. Is you have to be the pursuer, right? So I'd rather just. I don't know. I just had this naive notion of just organically being able to carry on a conversation with someone, and then over time it just develops and deepens into a deeper relationship. But I don't know. I guess I literally have no. I've never. I don't think I have ever truly made a cognitive attempt to, or conscious attempt to, hit on someone. Like I've definitely talked with women, and with the intent maybe of see what they're like, but never like with this idea of like I'm gonna try to win them. And maybe that's something that I'd have to pick up. But the thing is, I purposely did not try to pursue.
Okay, I'm back.
Hey, welcome back.
Hi. I saw you were struggling. I was hoping you would keep talking and I would get my bathroom break in, but it did not work. Either way. So, best corny joke. If you want, I will go first, but I'm giving you the deference.
Yeah, I have no clue. I've never.
Okay, so what did this is my favorite corny joke. There's no rhyme or reason to why. It's just the first time I heard it, I was like 2 Long Islands in, and I just stupidly laughed for an extended period of time. And so I just kept it. But what did the olive say when it rolled off the bar?
Shoot, I don't know. What?
Olive.
Wait, what? What? Olive?
Olive.
Oh, olive.
What do you?
Man, that's so bad. That's so bad.
Wow, at least I have a joke. You're probably Googling right now.
No.
Mine has a backstory.
You know,
my corny ass joke has a backstory.
That's true.
Well, go ahead. What? Come on, just hit me with your best corny ass joke. Like whatever made you laugh, whenever back in the day, especially, are great. But just like you can do your mama jokes, like just whatever one you remember just particularly really laughing at, yeah, that's the one.
Shoot, I don't know any jokes. I've never done a
So
pickup line
I
like
swear to God, if you don't answer this question, I'm gonna turn you in as Bryan Kohberger's accomplice. It's coming. It's coming. I swear to God. I am turning you in. Everybody's gonna go back to the stream
on.
and be like, he couldn't even tell a joke. Not even a corny one. Like everybody knows a corny ass joke.
No, I don't need jokes. I don't say jokes. I don't.
Listen, oh, you're funny.
I'm more I'm situational. Listen, if I'm going to be funny, it's because of some observation or something. I don't know. It's going to be in discussion. Jokes though, that requires some kind of
You just
formative.
everyone has their own just stupid, corny ass joke that a lot of other people will not find funny, but for whatever reason in that moment, it was just freaking funny to you. Like it's happened. Like you may have been 5 and somebody said the corniest shit to you ever, but it was funny. You may have been 35. Same instance.
But does it work if the girl is sober? Like, is a sober girl ever
Oh,
gonna laugh
that's
like
so irrelevant. If it that
Oh,
what
okay.
matters is did it make you laugh and did you remember it? Do you remember my olive joke?
I do, but I still.
Then repeat it to me.
What what did the olive say when it fell off the table?
Off the bar, but
Off
you're
the bar.
close.
Oh, so okay, so alcohol is involved somehow. Okay.
And the
what did the olive
punchline
say?
is
The punchline. Oh, I live. That was horrible.
it still makes me laugh. That's the point. Like I still couldn't refrain, even hearing you say it so awkwardly.
Yeah.
It still makes me laugh. Like there had to be a joke like this for you.
You know what's funny?
What?
Someone's mentioned in chat about like you can take a class, meet someone who shares your interests, just someone to hang with. I don't, and I think this might have been touched upon what someone asked earlier, but I don't hang with women, to be honest.
Really? Because you're
Not that I don't meet
hanging with
women
a
or
whole
talk with
bunch of
women.
women right now.
I know.
You're hanging with
but
me, with Allie, with Mary, with Tamra. I don't know if Grandma's still in here. I'm not seeing her, but what is Tamra saying here? Tamra saying jokes come out for Libras in the middle of a convo, etc. They don't sit and tell a joke. It's hard for them. Yeah,
yeah,
no, I
that's me.
have to. Go ahead.
No, that's definitely me. Like I can be funny, but it usually is in the context of some situation or conversation, as opposed to like
Yeah.
telling a joke.
Yeah, because I had a male best friend, and like just in the craziest, like in the middle of a conversation, he would just whip out the most hilarious line, and I would just respond with, "What is mentally wrong with you?" Like, and we would just crack up. Like, this is so demented. That like one time, I don't even remember what I was talking about, but he was like, "Jess, you don't even know that birds' legs are backwards." And I was like, what? And he was like, yeah, no, that's true. And I was like, okay, you're stupid, all this kind of thing. He's like, look it up, Google it, Google it. So I look it up. To my horror, birds' legs, just birds in general, their legs are backwards. They're backwards. It's so demented looking. And I was literally pissed off about this, and that he knew I did. But there has been so many jokes about this over the years now. My Libra, I guess, former best friend, was just incredibly witty on the spot in the moment when it struck. and that was that. Like,
Yeah.
yeah. But he actually told, go ahead.
I was gonna say, you know what's tough about men, at least heterosexual men, being friends with women, is that it's tough to not develop some feeling. And as corny as it sounds.
Oh, I am so glad you're about to go into this. Let's talk about this.
But
Yes.
that's why I've consciously tried to not, get too friendly with women in general. Like, I'm not saying like I'm antisocial. Like, I obviously talk with women, friends, but more
I know what
acquaintances.
you're saying.
You know what I'm saying? So,
Yes.
and I think a lot of that also is part of my preparation for what I believe as a married couple. I don't. This is my personal beliefs. Don't shoot me, but
No, you're
I
fine.
don't want. I don't want. I think it is wise for married men to not maintain close relationships or friendships with women. Now, obviously, there are people who have exception to that,
I will agree with you.
but that's me. And I think out of respect for my wife, I would
It's
not.
not out of respect. It's that when you begin to form those close relationships, your legitimate relationship, there's a neglect that begins to happen. Even if it began on their part, you start to partake in it with that, because now you're giving your time, your attention, and those are things that are really priceless. You cannot put a price on someone's time or their attention. Yeah, people die every day, and it's just priceless. You cannot put a price on that. Put a price on a lot of things, but not those things. And so when you hear like really corny sayings like, you know, the greatest things in life are priceless, they're not actually corny sayings, they're just true. You can't put a price on trust. You can't put a price on genuine love. You can't put a price on a reliance on another human being to be an equal partner. Those things are priceless. There is no price tag. If I want to bring this back around to the title of this video, Alex Murdaugh did not see that. He had a wife of almost 3 decades, a 22-year-old son, and he chose to murder them than to face his own financial doings. That's horrific. It's horrific. Why did you need to take their lives to attempt, for the last time of your life probably, to get out of all of your lies, all of your financial nonsense? Listen, if this is how much you make a year, and you know that this is how much you got to pay for this and this, then you say to your wife, hey, listen, you can't get that $50,000 bag you want. You get a $2,500 bag. Be happy with it. And someone that really loves you will, because they'll just be grateful for anything that you provide them. That's just, that goes along with love. Like, my love language is not gifts. My love language, there is 5 love languages, and mine are definitely words of affirmation, and then I don't know the second one. But words of affirmation mean a lot to me. Like, I don't particularly like being looked at as the maid, the housekeeper, the chauffeur, the bookkeeper, everything for the entire family. It's just not a particularly liked role or respected role, and I don't like doing it. But everyone expects this. So it's difficult.
Yeah.
Yes.
I imagine,
Um,
yeah, there are certain expectations when it comes, especially to marriage, but even in relationships of
well,
what.
I'm not married anymore, but for my children, I mean, I have two minors, but
As a
even my
parent,
yeah, well, my 18-year-old still lives at home, and I still schedule his dental appointments. Like he's still my child. Like 18, I think is a little young to declare adult. I was 18. I definitely wasn't an adult. I'm just saying.
sure.
So I don't know. Um, I always thoroughly enjoy you.
I
Just
appreciate it.
as a person, as a guest, as someone who just kind of talks about their own beliefs and things like that. There's just something genuine about you. And I can't say it enough. When you do find your wife, I would like to come to the wedding. I will
We'll see.
wear my best dress and be on my best behavior.
Well, it's funny. I don't think I could probably speak so openly and transparently if it was, someone a woman I knew personally. Like, I think that's where I kind of go back to what I was talking about with, having relationship or friendships, closeness to other women. It's like this. I feel like would be too, like, it would almost cross a line in terms of the personal
I
dynamic.
understand.
So
And that's perfectly acceptable. Um,
having that anonymity is nice, because it's almost therapeutic in a way. But it's so important, I think, for men to understand and hear the women's voices, and listen to it and be able to discuss and dialogue. But at the same time, the actual practice of, again, being close to a friendship with a woman is difficult for men. I can tell you from my personal experience, it is tough. And I tended to be, I could probably say this about Libra, but um, I tended to have this tendency to love very quickly and very deeply. So I have to use some, temperance, I guess, some
Temperance is a great
judgment.
word. Yes.
But yeah, I have to perhaps use some better judgment to not put myself in a position of temptation or that, might compromise. So I think not having a close relationship with women, while certainly you lose out on that perspective, does help prevent, controversy, not a controversy, but just complications.
Complications is a good word because that definitely happens. But I don't know. I think my unsolicited advice to you would be not to let fear hold you back because that's what I sense from you. And I think that you will make a great husband. I think you will make some woman very happy. And I just think you gotta relax a little bit, and accept that humans are flawed. And there's probably going to be things that greatest person is going to do that's kind of irk you or you don't
Sure.
particularly like, but most things you will love. So it's just that nuance, that gray area of, you know, there's a lot of things I love about this person, and then there's some things I just don't like about them. But that's okay. It's not the end of the world. You know, if you have communication, if you have sexual relations, if you have a genuine understanding of one another, I think those are the greatest things that you can have for love. That's my opinion.
No, I agree. I think I need, and I think part of the fear you mentioned is that I need to be ready to grow as well, because I'm sure, and maybe I'm even more critical of myself than others, but I'm sure I will be tested. As I get into a relationship, get married, yes, there will be a lot of testing, and there will be a lot of refinement, and that's
Do
part of the
you
journey, I
do you
suppose.
so for you, just to be clear, marriage is an absolute thing for you. Like you,
Mhm.
yes. So to add
Absolutely.
to, okay.
I'm sorry. What do you mean by absolute?
Like absolute, like going to the 10th. Sexual relations, mental, physical, emotional, children, family, all of that. Um,
Yeah, yeah,
just a complete 10.
yeah.
Um,
I would be upfront if I was dating someone that
so you
my only
would
reason for dating
not
is
be
children.
okay to ever explore relationships that maybe you aren't sure of, um, to do that and see where it goes. And then if it ends bad, be able to navigate through that. Or
Well, that depends. As long as there are certain criterias or clear expectations as to what we expect in a relationship and marriage, you know what I mean, and sharing those values. As long as there's sort of baseline expectations that are met, and that are compatible, sure, then you can, date with that intent, with that understanding, and then if things don't work out, then call it off. But I think, I will say this: I think if you take sex out off the table, sex before marriage off the table, it
yeah.
really changes what type of people are willing to be in a relationship with you or even entertain the notion of being with you, because sex is really important for a lot of people, and understandably so. It's very important. Like I said, it's not evil. I
Well,
don't think it's bad.
what I'll say to that is it's very important because most people do that with one person in their life at a time. Do you have your players, quote unquote, out there? Sure, that are just, sexing it up all over the place. Yeah. But most people are just sharing that intimate act with one person. So
Well, at a time, they
yeah,
may go through
at a
many
time.
different partners
At
over
a
time.
time. And this is where I was going to go into that is that I think we both agree that it's just common sense. You can't miss what you don't know. But at the same time, just me, experiencing different partners, different relationships. Um, I'm not going to say, oh, this one was terrible and this one was great or whatever. But where were there different things that I liked more? Yes. Um, were there different partners that more suited what I liked? Yes. Um, but I
Well, that brings up
loved,
another fear in me.
yeah. So that's
How
that's
would I
kind of what
compare
I
that?
want to bring up is that if you don't know, it's kind of a catch-22 here, because we agree on both. We agree on the first thing, that if you've never been with anyone and you know nothing else, then it's just going to be great, because assumingly, because you don't know anything else. But then on the flip side, which is my side, experiencing different things, you learn a lot of different things about yourself and what you truly like. So it's just, I don't know. I this is why I take no issue, I guess, with your convictions, because I don't think there's a right or wrong. I think there's just the path that any individual chooses to take. And as long as it does no harm to anyone else, then no harm, no foul.
I know that's hard though. Like when you say no harm though, because what impact has any lifestyle been in the long run over time? I mean, how many people do you think have been harmed in terms of dysfunctional relationships or just
Tons.
aggressive dating or
Tons.
aggressive stuff like
I'm one of them. Just
yeah.
tons. But
And no one goes into
again,
it harming, right?
this is why I'm kind of going in with the silver linings and things, because for me, uh was this crazy impactful and traumatic? Absolutely, 100% yes. But did I see something in myself I didn't see before? Yes. So maybe for some, they will not learn the lesson. Maybe for some, like myself, it takes a couple of times. Maybe for some, it just takes one. But it just, you learn about yourself through the worst times. You learn what kind of person you are, what your convictions truly are. Way earlier, I've been live for like 4 hours, but like way earlier, I said just recently I was in very serious condition of losing my home. And I saved that, and it's okay. And so, you know, some people, when they're faced with really tough conditions, they fall down. And that's okay. That's okay. As long as you get back up. Because I fell down too. There was something really terrible that happened, and I fell way down. But I had to stand back up and do what I needed to do. And it just I I've had several therapists in my life, but the greatest one I ever had, his name was John. And he was so non-nonsense, and I love that about him. One day I came bouncing into his office, and we were knowledgeable of each other at the time. So I come bouncing in, and I sit down, and he's like, "Oh," he's like, how are you doing?" And I was like, "I'm good," And he's like, "Well, did you work on any of the things that we talked about last week?" And I was like, some of them, like, I'm trying. And he just gave me the best one liner ever that still sticks in my head to this day. He was like, "No." He completely rejected what I just said and said, "No, there is no trying. You do or you don't. That's it."
Is that a movie
And
quote?
it was brilliant. And it was absolutely true. And it just, to this day, I mean, it just still, I can hear him in the back of my head with certain instances, certain things that resonated with me, that yes, you were correct on this. And he'll always be correct on that. Trying. What's that mean? That
Yeah.
means you're in between. You do or you don't. Those are the two things in life. That is reality.
Yeah. You got to put yourself out there. You're right.
Yeah,
And you know what?
but I'm
Honestly,
also a person that believes in nuance and gray areas because they exist as well. But his black and white thinking, I live in such a nuanced gray world, so to speak, that his black and white thinking brought me to a neutral area, if that makes sense.
you know, it's funny because I can tell you that the fear, like when you're talking about doing, the fear that prevents doing, for my own life, has sort of changed over time. I think when you're younger, at least I shouldn't say when I was younger, this is more anecdotal. My fear of getting into relationships was more of a practical sort of financial. Okay, I want to have career first, or I want to have at least some sort of stability before, because I knew, again, I'm not just going to relation to have fun. The purpose is to get married. So um, I didn't want to, spend years and years dating, right, and then get married. It's like, unless I found something, like I was always open to it, but I didn't pursue it. And again, this goes back to the um, the issue with gender roles, where the men are expected to pursue. So as long as I don't pursue, it's pretty easy to avoid, you know, to fend off women for the most part. At least not as much
Yes,
as
you
women.
went the complete opposite direction. This is the second time you've brought up gender roles, and that's something that I also feel very strongly about. So I like that you've brought that up, and so I'm kind of understanding more about you as to why you went a completely different route. Like, I don't want to conform to that. I don't want to be the main breadwinner, the main everything, the giant shoulder. I kind of want to do my own thing. I felt that same way. I just that didn't go that way for me, but it has for you. So all the more intriguing. Go ahead.
Well, so when I was younger, I didn't. My apprehension was going into relationships was so that at first, made sure I had enough money, and I made sure I set up that. Um, and then, but then new fears sort of started coming in, and now, jump ahead today. Really, the biggest apprehensions I have in terms of going into relationships have to do with the type of women that typically are around my age, and so what
How
happens
old
is
are you
it
again?
loses.
I thought you were younger than me. How old are you?
Well,
30 something.
um, I'm yeah, I'm older than 30 something, so it's around there.
Okay, okay, fair enough.
Um, but basically, what I'm okay. Here's the thing. Going back to compatibility, it's kind of difficult to relate, I think, with a lot of women. But
Yeah, I
also,
feel the same way.
yeah, but also,
Not about women, about men. But yeah,
I see it. But so most of the time, they have different experiences they can't relate to,
yeah.
or there may be certain expectations. Man, I'm trying to
I think you have
bite
to
my tongue
really
right
kind of open yourself up to the ideas of certain things to understand them, even if it's not your experience, which is just really, on a human level, just really difficult to do. Most humans, myself included, have to actually experience something. Well, no, I'm going to take that back. I was going to say experience it to feel it,
now. Mhm.
but like with the Murdaugh case, I mean these were two people that were gunned down by their husband
Yeah,
and their dad.
I would have said that.
So yeah, I mean it's kind of unimaginable. Like, I've gotten really angry at my kids, but I don't know, dude. Like, hunting them down with a shotgun and blowing a hole through their chest, and they don't die
But I
because it
think,
goes in a crooked way and out their
oh yeah,
arm, and then you just completely, literally blow their entire skull off. As a parent, period, it's just kind of unimaginable. But you hear about Alec Murdaugh and all of his other disingenuous, shady, scheming, lying some more ways,
Yeah.
it doesn't become unimaginable anymore. Yeah.
But he still, you know what? He was able to even he got married, had kids. You know, it's like it's not a detriment when it comes to relationships. So that those types of
No,
behaviors,
I'm
if
not saying
anything,
that.
can be, if anything, in fact, a lot of those types of personalities, especially those who tend to be more narcissistic, I think, are oftentimes seen as more advantageous. You know, to women, it's like, well, this person knows what he wants. He seems to be very confident. I just think that it all depends on the judgment,
You
right?
can't
Like
make up your
character.
mind. There has to be some female. I mean, I know you said there wasn't, but there has to be some, at least one, that just grabbed your attention, crossed your mind, all of those things. And I don't know. I want to keep telling you that I feel like you're looking for the ideal and it does not exist.
Maybe so. I, well,
No, not
yeah, maybe.
maybe. That's an absolute. Especially if I'm not even like a believer like that. You're a Christian. So you should know that all men are flawed, man or woman. You cannot expect as a Christian to be married to a perfect person because the Bible already dictates those do not exist.
Sure. No, I understand. You know, honestly, one of the issues that kept me again going back to another fear is I had a lot of introspection I had to go through and self evaluation to really see if, believe it or not, I am most probably critical with myself as people who tend to be introspective can be, and if I if I have high expectations on others, I probably more so on myself as
I
well.
think you do, but again, I just think it's driven out of fear of failure.
Yeah, sure. But but here's the thing: if what do hmm, what is it that most women you think and okay, so around this age group, right, that you're in,
Mhm, mhm.
what is it do you think that most women are looking for and bring for men and bringing to the table when it comes to a relationship?
I can only speak for myself, and I have spoke this to my bestest of friends, and I guess I'm gonna say it now, but just literal peace, tranquility.
That's
That
kind of my
it's
fear.
that's it.
That's kind of my
That's
fear,
my
to be
list.
honest.
Huh?
It's kind of my fear, to be honest,
Is
because
peace?
and I'll explain why. I fear sometimes that women at this stage in life are looking to simply settle down, and after they've had their experience, right, after they've had their highs, right, when it comes to love and relationships, sex, etc., then it's like, okay, now I want the settle down, I want the peace, so to speak. And I hate that notion of just being someone that someone settles with,
Oh
after
no, no,
they've
no.
had
You
those
have it
experiences.
way wrong. Because in the beginning of a true romantic relationship, you're gonna experience a high of sorts. You're just gonna feel on cloud nine with this person. Like you just love them. Just love them so much. Over time, that love changes um, into something that's not a high anymore, but it's a deeper love. It's an understanding of really who that person is, and knowing their flaws and loving them still, it changes into that. And that's that's the peak of the mountain. It's not this over the top, I'm just going to, shoot butterflies out of my butthole every time I see you. It's going to be when I see you, that's my person. I don't even have to say anything. I know what they're thinking. They know what I'm thinking. We know what we're doing, and we're going to do that. That's what that is for me.
But how much of but how much again does okay, I'm going to go back to sex. How much does sex still play a role in terms of woman's
It sort
notion
of
of love?
heightens everything, honestly. Like, when you reach that second stage of love that I was talking about, where it's deeper, it's not, oh, I'm not floating on cloud nine every time I see or talk to you, but it's a deeper love where I know you, I can trust you. There is things that only you know, and it's just a deeper love, and it just sex when it gets to that level is deep because the stakes are higher in a weird way, and it's a full trust. You've been sexually with this person a lot of times, many times. They know you, and you know them, and it feels incredible. So, but again, you know what? I think you are intelligent enough to absolutely see your own convictions and stand by them, and then simultaneously look at the other side and say, yeah, yeah, I see why they say that, but I still feel this way. Yeah.
Well, the thing is that if someone has gone, well, okay, let me put it. I'll put it
Oh,
bluntly.
Allie
Most
wants to
women.
come up.
Oh, sure.
Let's bring Allie Katz up. Hi,
Hello.
Al.
Hey, I didn't want to interrupt. Keep going, keep going.
You're not, but what are you
Oh, hey,
doing?
welcome, Ellie.
Thank you. I had to join the party.
Okay,
Well,
so
I was. Well, yeah, I think I was. What I was trying to say basically was just that women. What I'm noticing in this age is that uh, women tend to have had a lot of. Okay, I'm just going to be blunt about it.
yeah.
Most women have had a lot of sexual partners by this time,
Okay,
and
by a
men too. But
lot, if I could just interject for a minute.
sure,
By a
sure.
lot, like what is a lot to you?
So a lot to me would be both consistency, like from a early age, right? Even if it's just
Uh-huh.
been with the same person, but has been sexually active for very long, but
Uh-huh.
also has been through numerous relationships. Okay, there's two things that are probably most notable from what I've seen. There are women who have been in long-term relationships, right? So not as many sexual partners, but but it, but consistently, like always in a relationship. And then by contrast, there are those who have always just have been in sexually active without being in long-term relationships. So those two contrasting, you know, um, dichotomies, I suppose. But basically, either way, it women who have been consistently sexually active, whether long-term relationships or not, and that to me, from my perspective, seems to really shape where those women see relationships as they are older. Like, for example, their idea of love, but also their idea of what sex is.
It's a level of experience. Uh, but I wanted more of a number. Like I hear what you're saying. I
Okay,
think
so
you're saying just overall, just how much a person has had sex. I think that's what you mean by a lot, I guess.
Well,
yeah, usually by, like for example, by the 40s, usually women have gone through probably uh, dozens of different men, whether it just be fling or
Maybe.
long-term relationship. Very common. Some
I think it
hundreds.
depends.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't, but I definitely know people that have.
Well, and
Um,
same with you. You could say the converse is true. Whatever your experience or not experience is going to affect what you bring to that table whenever it is, right?
Precisely, which is why it contrasts my own. So that's why it's can be unrelatable, when women have this experience, right? And certainly there can be insecurities where it's like, oh, am I would I meet up with their expectations? Have they had someone who's better, etc.? But that
Well,
kind of is a legitimate issue. Like,
it
what
can
are
be,
women's
but
expectations?
chemistry is chemistry to me. Like, it
Same.
doesn't really matter how many or how few anyone has been with. It's that the way you work together. And you could have been with 200 people and maybe never had what we had in a way. I would hope not that many, but I wouldn't want to ask if it were. It's just, to me, it's kind of one of those things where I don't really care how many or how few. It's, do you bring your whole self to that table? Are you able to open up in the right, in the ways that I am? Can we
Hmm.
open each other up with our dynamics? It really doesn't matter to me how many or how long you were with any in particular, because so many people have mediocre sex, and I just, it's like it's not even a worry to me. I mean, it's our dynamic would be different if we connect on a mental level and a chemistry level.
I just don't. How do I say this? I don't like the notion of, okay. And speaking for myself, my own actions.
Hmm.
Um, I don't like the idea of being with numerous women.
Right. And I don't
I
think all women like the idea of that either. So I'm saying there's women, it sounds like Jess and I might be those women that don't have a ton of partners, but the ones we do, we love deeply or whatever it is for a long time, however you see it. Um, I just think that all women of a certain age are going to have a ton of partners, I just think is probably not true.
Well,
I
what do
mean,
you consider a ton? What would you consider a lot of
like the numbers
partners?
you were just saying,
Dozens
that's a lot. I mean, it is a lot. It would be
by their 40s.
fine. Yeah. And I don't think every woman, it seemed like that caught Jess a little off guard. That's a little on the high end, I would say, in my world too. So, um, and yeah, I just think you're assuming a lot,
No, I'm not
that there
assuming.
is
I'm
a
just saying
lot.
from experience. I'm just saying what I've encountered. That
So,
does though color my perception then of what
sure.
it's like to be out there.
Hmm. And what are you attracting, right? You kind of want to wonder,
Yeah.
is it what you're
Well, that's the problem.
attracting?
Oftentimes, I'll be honest. Again, I'll be blunt with you. Being that I am older and more financially secure and such, I tend to try. It seems like um, women who just want to settle down, who are sort of like, oh, I have my fun, so now, this is more stable. Like I'm a stable person. I don't. I
Right.
find it demeaning. I find that
But I
Allie, I
demeaning.
fully agree with you.
That's what
That
I was thinking. It's to
I
me, I mean, you're an overthinker. You've self-admitted, and I am too. So I get it in a way. I'm not going to say I totally understand you, but I've listened to you for two different live streams now, and I hear a lot of myself in what you're saying. So it's interesting to me because I observe before I jump in pretty much everything. I like I do brand strategy. I'm a strategic thinker. Like I love how things can work out if you are willing and able to wait and plot and plan and just put yourself in the right position at the right time, really, is what about brand strategy is. And positioning in a marketplace is kind of the same thing as humans, you know? Um,
Hmm.
you set yourself up in a certain way to have this sort of advantage at this age. And from what I'm hearing you say, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's like you want somebody else who did that same sort of positioning of themselves so that you can both have fun together now. You're not like,
Well,
I'm tired, want to settle down now. You're both like kind of in your prime in a way. You never did it.
yeah, the thing is, if I'm going to be completely honest, well, I already been honest, I suppose, but I had, I'd always known from a young age that my goal was marriage,
Hmm.
children, right? So in reality, my time would have been when I was younger. So
Sure.
where I'm now in life is not what I was planning for.
Okay.
So I'm sort of at a crossroads where, okay, do I just sort of, okay, time to move on? This isn't really going to happen. Just, find it, adapt, right? Which is basically my life. I adapt.
I- Right. But
Um,
haven't you been doing that all your life? Like, didn't you expect to be married by now? So you're kind of just living that way, right? Already, without
yeah, but
really
again,
trying.
well, the thing is that I, even though again I like had this idea of what I wanted, part of the
Uh-huh.
reason I didn't, and I think I mentioned this before, is I didn't take the risk. I tried
Yeah.
to get all my ducks in a row first. Also,
Hmm.
honestly, if I'm going to be frank with you, there are a lot of things I had to work on personally and sort of internally in terms of feeling that I
Yeah.
was adequate and ready to be married. Like, okay, I'm not ready because I need to work on some, I need to be prepared, whether it be on a spiritual level or some. So
Right.
it's not just simply like, oh, okay, I now have the money, time to go. It wasn't just money. So
Right.
yeah, I
I
didn't take a risk, but
understand that. I think because I would say there are people out there like that as well. Like for me, I never wished to be married young and have babies. That was never my dream. I always loved my independence and kind of wanted to get my life where I was happy before I endeavored to do that with anyone else, you know? So in the
mhm.
same way, it kind of comes from a different angle, it sounds like, but in the same way, I'm kind of meeting you where you are now is I've never been married. I don't have kids. Um, I- and I've just been happily independent pretty much this whole time. Very seldom do I have a boyfriend because if it's not a good fit, I'm not even going to like try. I just don't force things. And I've just felt more passionate about other things at the time or vice versa. Things just haven't ever fit just right for me. So I never forced anything.
But and forgive me if this is too personal, but do you do you not have you have I assume no problem? Well, again, I'm just going to ask you. So you're okay with having sex before marriage?
I'm okay with it, but I don't do it unless I have a connection with someone. I just don't,
So that's
it's
a good,
not
interesting
fulfilling to
point.
me.
But when you say you don't have a connection, so you've had connections, I presume, with people with whom you've then had sex with, but did that
Yeah.
not end up becoming something
Yes.
serious or just broke up or?
When when it failed to live up to either my expectation or their expectation, it wasn't like we have to do this no matter what type of feeling ever in my existence. I never felt that pressure. I just felt like this doesn't feel right because of XYZ, whatever the thing was. And it just ended as it should end, likely. Um,
See, yeah, I don't know about
when it
the
should end. I don't know. Or I could have tried. I feel that like you do too. Like sometimes I look back and I wonder, like, because I remember
yeah.
you guys talking about this before, and I felt this way too. Sometimes when I look back, it's like when I was young and dumb, that would have been the perfect time to make some of those mistakes. Now it feels like a lot's at stake because of my
Yeah,
age in a
exactly.
way, and because I've never done it. And so it's like almost like
The
I have to make
youth
it too
is
perfect.
wasted on the youth.
Right. And
Note
that's what you
your
said
statement.
last time. Yeah.
It's so true.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the thing, though: are we really that much smarter as we get older? Or would we really have made different
I think
decisions, or
for me, yes.
you think so?
And
Yeah.
we can't say that because you and I didn't make that decision, so we don't really know.
Well, the thing is, a lot of it perhaps had to do with, again, at the time when you were young, you wanted to experience things. It sounds like so you wanted to go through that, and you wanted to kind of jump in, and you made certain decisions based on your mindset at the time. But
Yeah.
in a way, are you who you are because of that? And had you not done that, would you simply look back and regret? Like there are people maybe who got married when they were young, even
I
didn't have
would have
sex
to
and
say
regretted it.
that yes, because of that, but I've always been me.
Yeah.
I don't think that my convictions have changed a lot or my ideals, but going through traumatic events with people has shaped me in ways where I've
Mm-hmm.
become a little colder to people,
Mm.
not as empathetic or
Hmm.
sympathetic.
Yeah.
Or is
Because
easily manipulated, maybe. You could look at it
yes,
like that.
yes,
Well, I mean, it's easy to not be manipulated if you just cut everyone off. There's an
Right.
extreme to
But
that, certainly.
she also probably learned some lessons the hard way. Like you and I may not, like she was saying, she's more experiential that way. Whereas I read or listen to books a lot. I love learning about people from their experiences. And I almost don't
Mhm.
need to make that jump to feel what they're feeling. I'm almost that visceral when I feel what someone else has felt. I can like really internalize it and learn that lesson almost. Not entirely, I'm sure, but it impacts me, people's lives and their life stories. And it means a lot to me to hear those things over time, I've learned, and I almost don't need to make certain mistakes because, or whether it's a mistake or not, certain choices because I've lived vicariously almost through others, that
yeah.
feels like.
You've seen what others have done and said, yeah, that's not for me.
And I prioritized like my career and being independent and just doing whatever I want to do because I know at some point I would potentially meet someone and it would be great if I did. But if not, I better like just make the most of whatever it is I'm already doing. And if I
Yeah.
do, then I'll be even prouder of my time making the most of that alone time. And I used it wisely.
Yeah, but I feel like we're social creatures, but we're
Mhm.
also very. I, and I some mentioned in chat about was it Liz? Was it mentioned about companionship? And
Mhm.
yeah, you can be alone, you can be happy, right? But it will always feel like that's missing. That's someone unavoidable. I think there's a certain aspect.
This
I
is
think we're
such
kind of
a
Right.
Libra
programmed.
statement. I just want to throw that in there.
Is
Like,
it?
if you ever want to know a Libra man
What does
that's
that
single,
mean?
if you ever want to know a Libra man that's single, like this
Yeah.
is what they'll sound like. Like
They're like hopeless
it's no
romantic in a
offense, but
way.
it's just like yeah, like there's a missing link.
Aw.
Like there's something that's missing because Libras astrologically, if you believe in that, whatever.
Uh-huh.
But they just don't feel. I mean, their representation in astrology is literally the scales, so they
Yeah.
don't feel balanced
Balanced. Yeah.
when they don't have a partner. They just what he was describing just feel like there's this missing piece, this missing
Yeah.
element, this missing
That's kind of
thing.
sweet.
Yeah, it is, but if there's something that I've learned about Libra men, they do
Uh-oh.
not like women that say one thing and do another. If you are
Okay.
Yeah,
going
very true.
to tell a Libra man that you are going to do something, you better do exactly that.
Wow. Okay.
That's what they expect, but it's not necessarily a bad trait. It's
No.
just really asking someone to follow through
Yeah.
on what you said.
A commitment.
Yes. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, I see that's maybe where it parallels to marriage, the commitment when it comes to
Yeah.
relationships. It's like I'm an all or nothing kind of person. So
Yeah.
I don't
That's what it
see
sounds like.
I can't imagine, like, for example, if I was married and even if, let's say my spouse passed away, and a lot of people are like, oh, and then you can, they might remarry. I can never imagine that. I can
Hmm.
never imagine that. So even, but so that's one thing where like I would still, I wouldn't feel like I was missing even in death. Again, I can only speak theoretically because I haven't experienced it.
Right.
Perhaps if I experienced it different, but
So
I know myself enough. That's where my mindset is, so that I don't know, it's hard for me to imagine a promiscuous lifestyle in terms of just sort of like, well, try it
no.
out, see what it's like,
Well,
and,
I
I
and
don't
what
think
I mean is going in and out of.
promiscuous is like
generally
way
believe
on the far side.
in
Well,
commitment. You believe in a specialness, a uniqueness,
Yeah.
something that is shared between two people. I don't think that that's something to be harped upon. If those are your
Yeah. I have some
beliefs, I'll
questions
just
though.
use that word. I don't see anything wrong with that.
No. I don't either.
If
But like
Allie wants to
I
be
have
an alley
questions.
cat truly and just prowl the entire alley and just
I
hump
got
anything
questions.
for vagina desires, I'm
No.
not going to judge Allie either.
I
So
don't.
that's
I
what I
it's
have to say.
sad actually. I don't cuz I like such a deep
You have
connection that
cobwebs, is what you're saying.
I like can't just do that. It's not fun for me, you know?
Oh,
But
so you have to intellectually know someone as well.
oh yeah, it's otherwise what's the point to me? It's like not it doesn't it doesn't do it for
Maybe
me.
It
sexual
doesn't do
gratification,
anything. Yes,
a
Yeah,
high,
like
a high of that feeling of
yeah,
being
it's
held,
I
not
agree.
worth
a high
it.
of that.
I agree. If the mental connection is not there, I just can't.
Same.
Like I could, but I
No.
already know that it's
Yep.
just not gonna be like that.
Yep.
So I don't want it. I need the mental connection so that when that physical connection happens, it's it's meaningful.
Same.
There is something behind it. Um, yeah.
Yeah. I sometimes I wish that weren't true, but really it's like who I am, so it's hard to like I love intellectually stimulating people, whether they're my friends or my family or,
Allie, I
somebody,
adore you. You know I adore
and
you.
it's hard for me to resist. It's very attractive to me and it like not the I mean surface stuff is
Well,
attractive
I
short term.
feel like
It's fine.
you and Teluzu are one and the same in the way that you both just kind of buck normalities,
Yeah. Yeah.
and go your own route. Like you
Yeah.
both are very much like that, and you don't. There's no apologies, but
No.
there's also not an arrogance.
No. No.
It's
For
just
me definitely not.
yeah, either of you, and that's why I enjoy conversation with you because it's almost like a learning experience for me. I mean, maybe you
Every
guys learn
time.
something from me. I don't
I
know,
do.
but yeah, like I learned from you guys as well. It's just interesting to me, and I think it through, and I just get to see a different perspective of another person's thoughts, and
Yeah.
I don't know, it's intriguing
Yeah,
to
I
me.
feel that same way about Thusu too. Is that how you say it? I don't know either. I feel like
Yeah,
Jess. I'm
I
like,
just made that up at this point in the code, isn't it? So
but it's like a little bit unassuming and pensive, but he's strong in his convictions. But he's curious a little bit. It sounds like he's willing to come up
yeah,
on a panel and ask some questions and not act like he knows everything. He does have his convictions, but he's curious about. Clearly, he's got some things he might be willing to ask about anonymously on a panel that he may not in real life. And to me, that's really cool. that he's willing to at least try this way if he's not doing it in real life, which it sounds like he. So this is where I kind of wanted to get to with the motive, means, and opportunity, which is a silly way to look at it. But really, when I thought about it, it actually kind of is what I was wondering is like, are you putting yourself in this position to now have the motive, means, and opportunity to set yourself up? You said this was a goal of yours. Are you setting yourself up for success in that goal and achieving that goal to get married and have kids?
You know, in some ways, I feel like I've sabotaged myself in terms of
Right.
that goal.
I could hear
And
that in you sometimes.
yeah, I mean, perhaps it lies sort of latent, dormant, I should say. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Where if I were to go, the thing is, I've never been a active pursuer because I I've never felt necessarily ready completely. You know, I'm like, okay, I'm still working on something. I
Sure.
still have something to do.
Uh-huh.
But the thing is, here's the thing. If I were to go put myself out there, okay, time to do it. I know, at least I think I do, that I have to be ready for uh I have to be ready for failure, right? I have to be ready for
Sure.
loss. Um and there's a couple things that are sort of on my mind. One is time. Like, how much time do I have? And maybe other people can
Mhm.
relate to this. It's like
Mhm.
I don't have all the time in the world. When you're young, you're like, I have all the time. I can do whatever I want. You know, that's when people
Did
probably date the
Did you
most.
say how old you are? Sorry if I forgot or if I missed that part, but I
I
don't
did,
think
but
you did. Oh, you did.
I
Shoot.
I did not know, but I'm older now, so
He's like in my age range, Al, like the
somewhere around there.
40s, somewhere
Somewhere
in
around
there.
there.
Okay. So it's not like you're in your 60s right now.
Oh
So,
no,
He's
no,
not in his
okay.
60s. He's not 21.
Okay,
So,
that's kind of all
I'm not in
I
my.
didn't know where he was in the like, so you're
But
saying there's a chance.
there, yeah, I mean, there is one chance. I'm not like completely out of it, but
Okay.
at the same,
everybody wants Thusu now. Like,
No, no, no. I'm saying
but
for like potentially having a wife and baby like he dreamed of, his goal.
yeah, yeah, that's
yeah,
still
it's.
completely theoretically attainable. It's just
Okay,
I'd have
that's
to,
all I was kind of wondering.
yeah, for
But
myself, no.
Al, would you agree with me that maybe there's some life experiences that he's going to miss out on out of fear?
Of course. So I just kind of want to hear how he's achieving his goal. If this has been his goal his whole life, how is he doing on this?
So okay, so
That's a good question.
in terms of my goal for the wife, where I have accomplished is I've been able to, um, financially, career wise, establish myself, which again goes into expectations of being what I
Yes.
have traditionally thought of being a husband, provider, and such. Um, I've also been able to, I think, work on myself enough to where I feel like there's, that sounds kind of weird, but to where I I feel mature enough, oddly enough.
Yeah, no, that's normal.
Well, the thing is that when I was younger, I was I was kind of mature for my age. I think so, but
Immature, is that
there's
what
a
you
lot of
said?
mature. I think I was
You
actually
were
relatively
mature.
mature.
Okay.
Yeah, mature. So I for my age, I think I was, but
Mm-hmm.
I think I had to deal with a lot of temptations and such. And like I said before, I've always been. This is why I kind of didn't put myself in temptation because
Sure.
I tended to be very quick
Al's getting
to
roasted in the comments for mentioning 60. But what
I
she was
didn't
trying to
mean it.
say, guys, is just that she was just trying to gauge his age. So I'm just saying, like, or she was saying, like, not 60, not 21. Uh, uh Duslu is somewhere around my age. I'm 41,
Well,
so he's somewhere in
yeah.
that vicinity. Clearly, he's not a young guy that, he has some wisdom to him, some thought to him,
Great.
some conviction behind what he's saying. So clear to
I
see
meant for
that
his goal of like having a wife and baby. He's getting on
Yeah.
the upper probably of wanting to raise a family. You don't necessarily want to be in your
Yeah.
60s. I don't know.
Well, no, but here's the thing
you
too, is that,
don't. I could
and
just say that. I could say that as a person that had a child at 15 and a person that had a child at 35. Um, just for me, having a child younger was better physically because I was able to easily keep up, but financially, not so much. Having
Right.
a child
That's
at
the thing.
35, financially, much easier, but physically, I don't quite have this same energy I had back then.
Mhm.
It
So yeah,
goes along with what he's saying a little bit, actually, probably.
Well, yeah, it's because women in my age group aren't really, frankly, um, depending on how close you go to my age. Like if you just go within a plus or minus of like 5 or so years, you're basically entering into a bracket of women who may not even be able to feasibly or safely have children. For the most part, or
Right.
at least it's far more risky. So this is one of the dilemma. I think this is a dilemma I didn't think about when I was younger, but it's
Yeah.
like
You didn't calculate
being
this one,
I didn't
strategy
calculate
guy.
this, which is that the women, the women who, the range of women, I should say, to which to have children with becomes more less sort of compatible. Like
Yeah.
when I was in my 20s, for example, um, yeah, physically, like yeah, Jess mentioned about how yeah, it's easier when you're younger to have kids, but all the other stuff hasn't been ready, financial, what have you,
Or
maturity.
mentally, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So, but the thing is, now that I'm older, I can't relate to people in their 20s
Right.
as much. I'm sure there's exceptions. There's people in
Hmm.
20s who are, but in general, generally speaking, yeah, it's not really relatable. So, how do I reconcile, that notion of okay, well, yeah, I'm start a family, but as a man, I don't have to worry about those biological sort of limitations, right? So
Not as
it then,
much, but yeah.
but I'm saying is that women have to have a different
Yes.
biological, yeah, they have to deal with a much different reality in terms of child rearing at my age or near my
Right.
age. So then it becomes like, well, then I limit myself because
Right.
not only is it more difficult to find someone who's willing to have a child or
I
hasn't even
swear
had
to
a child.
God, if I was giving out awards this year for Overthinker of this
I
year,
know. He wins. He beats
Busu,
me, which is saying a lot.
you are the gold medalist, platinum jubilee, Queen Elizabeth,
Ultimate number one, triple
Diamond.
five
number one
star,
Overthinker.
double. Yeah.
You again. I think if you could just get one concept down, and I think you're perfectly capable of that. I'm not trying to put you down. I just sometimes I lack tact, and I get a little blunt. Yeah,
That's good. I like
but
bluntness.
sorry, I do get like that. But
I
if you could
think it's
just
good.
nail this one certain thing down, which is that humans are flawed, and
Well,
truly understand that,
to me, it's like
then
you just
women
can't
that
plan
you
for everything.
hang on out, hang on out. Then the women that you go to date, with that concept in mind, you might see things that you're like, but then you might also see things that are like, I really like that about her.
Yeah.
So basically, what I'm saying to you is, um, my unsolicited advice again, just be more flexible and understand humans are flawed. Okay, go out.
Okay, so here I'm coming at it from a different angle because I think a little more strategic like he does. Like I'm a planner. I like don't. Anyway, it's my whole job. I'm a brand strategist. So I work through this sort of stuff with companies or with people who are a brand, where you think about what was your mission in life, what was your vision, what was your like trajectory, and where do you want to see yourself in 5 years? When you look back in 5 years from now, how, if you look back and you're like proud of yourself, what would have happened in these next 5 years? Because it's probably in the next 5 years it's where you got to pull the trigger on this sort of thing, right?
I'm actually, can I just step in here and can we
Sure.
not be all about the Lusu for a sec?
Sure.
Because I'm kind of struggling with that myself.
Well,
Because
yes.
I just got out of this 10-year relationship, right?
You're
So
at a
I'm
totally
41.
different place than him.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's why I want to talk about myself for just a sec.
Sure, sure.
Like I just, I'm at this crossroads where I'm in no great rush to date anyone.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just not. And then there's also like this clicking talk that, like this clock talk, tick tock
Why?
clock. I don't know because I didn't ask for it, but it's there somewhere.
Okay.
And so like I'm pressuring myself of like, oh, do you want to be alone forever? And like half of me
What?
is like, that doesn't really sound that bad. And then this other half of me is like, I don't know.
So
Like,
you're
I
kind of
kind of
feeling
want
like
to,
us.
yeah, where I'm like, I don't know. Maybe I want to cuddle somebody. I'm not sure.
Right.
So it's just this really weird feeling where I'm like, I
I'm
just got out of
sure.
this relationship. I'm not trying to date. It's just too much. It's too soon and all that kind of thing. And then also this weird invisible clock I never asked for that's like
Um,
just clicking in front of my face of what are you gonna do?
well, yeah. At least you're not me. And COVID happened, and I was like, oh shit, I was supposed to find like someone to marry by now and probably have a kid by now. And
And
I
then COVID
just,
hit me.
I just
Damn
like,
it.
shit, the music went off and I didn't get a chair to sit in, and everybody else has a chair, and I'm looking around like,
The room goes silent.
damn it.
Everyone's
Sorry,
staring at
mom.
you.
Yeah. Sorry,
But do
mom.
Blood
Fuck this
pours
one
from
up.
the rafters,
Whoops. So,
aka
talking about
Karen.
a ticking time bomb, you had some kids. You at least took advantage of the clock. Just fucked around, like
You
thinking
fucked
working
around and
and
found out, Al. That's what you did.
right. It wasn't
But
like
now that
fucking
you found
around.
out,
It was like working and getting myself right, and then everybody else was like all fucked up and having kids, and I was just like, oh man, damn it. I was waiting for the one, and then all of a sudden everyone has a one, and I should have probably done that.
uh, so I can see why we're very similar then, Ali.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm saying. And
But
I think Jess, and I just want to say sorry really quick. Jess, I love
okay.
you, and I'm so sorry to have heard, what happened, and I had no idea, but I had an idea. I just felt very distant from you recently, and I just want you to know I love
Yeah,
you. And
I'm not the
if you
kind of
ever want to
person that
talk,
likes to
I'm here.
burden people
We
with
had a
my
late night talk
problems.
once. We can do it again.
So, well, yeah, I mean, like when I get on a better playing
Yeah, yeah,
ground, then
I
I'm
know.
like, okay, I am ready to talk now. But I just, some things just you have to just kind of go through and
I
just
hear
kind
you.
of stay to yourself and collect yourself and reevaluate like what's going on and I needed to do that.
I hear
So
you. I just want
yeah.
you to know I love you and I'm here for you if you ever want to chat and or about that or nothing or single girl stuff. Who knows? I know a lot about that.
I don't know what I'm doing now. I have no
That's fine.
idea. I'm
Nor
just
do
kind of
I.
floating
Nor
out
nor
here
does
in the
Thusu.
universe.
He
And I'm like,
sounds like he
yeah.
knows, but he doesn't know either. No one
No,
knows what they're doing.
Thuso has no idea. Me and Thuso are both floating out in the universe. You're out there
Right. None
too.
of us know. I
None of
know.
us know what the hell we're doing. We're just like
Some people fake
we're
it
we're
better.
just
That's all.
reaching out into the netherlands of, oh, there's another bubble. Hey.
Yep.
And we're like, hey, how's it going
Yep.
for you? I have no fucking idea. And the same thing. I have no
Mhm.
idea. Like So it's
you're going to
just
become one of us now. You're going to be an overthinker from now on, maybe. Who knows?
no, I don't think so. Because I firmly believe, I really firmly believe that humans make things very complicated,
Yeah.
and it's not really that complicated. I just really believe in that. And so
Yeah.
no, again, like I don't know. Like I'm not on Facebook, like trying to hit up a bunch of people.
Yep.
Been
Same here.
ignoring my inboxes actually, and just I don't know. I just
Good.
don't.
Do whatever it feels like right now. You
Yes,
deserve
whatever
time.
feels good. I don't think there's any manual. Like
Nope.
some people go right out and date, and if that's what you
No.
do and you're a single, you're not hurting anyone, do it.
Sure.
But that's just not how I feel. I just feel like, nah, I don't know. That was a doozy, and I would just like
Oh,
to have some time now.
I
You
bet.
know,
I'm sorry.
um,
My heart
well,
hurts
no,
for
what
you just
sucks?
hearing that.
Be sorry, because Thistle doesn't have this damn problem. But once you have sex, you're gonna want it.
Yeah.
So I've been like, damn it. But I've just
Yeah.
powered through it like some kind of little soldier, and I'm okay.
You're strong.
I'm okay.
You're an amazing woman, and we're all attracted to you and the way you present things for a reason. It's true. We all are getting something out of this. And that's part of what I was trying to ask Thusu is like, we all do things for, that we have motive, means, and opportunity to do to achieve a goal. And so I guess we'll get back on that is I am curious, like, if this was a goal in life, are you really giving yourself the motive, means, and opportunity to do this? I was just
I think,
curious.
I think the motive is starting to wane. The
Mm.
means have grown, and wait, what was the other one? Means, motivation,
Opportunity. Are you putting yourself
opportunity.
out there
That
where
that's the big
these
one. Yeah.
people are?
To be honest, no, I don't put myself out there, and I did that purposefully because I believe that, well, if I put myself out there, then I have to be ready.
Right.
I
How
don't want
about
to just
now?
go out there unprepared. Yeah, I guess.
Will
Now
you
the
ever
motive is
be
starting to
ready?
come in.
Will any of us ever be ready,
Okay, here's what happens. Here's what happens. And I know I've said this before, but
Guys,
part
I
of the reason
hate to
was,
do this. Hang on. I'm gonna end this live stream. If you guys want to exchange emails or anything, um,
That sounds like a lot.
I guess you could do that here. If you don't want to, you can send my email, Allie. You know it. My email's in my about section. I'll exchange them for you, or however you guys want to. If you want to keep in touch or just have a friend. But I'm gonna go. I'm gonna end this. I am not that you guys are boring. I've just been up
Mhm.
all day. I deep cleaned my house, and
no, I hear
so I'm
you.
gonna go to bed. And we've been off topic for like, I don't know, 3 hours or
Since I've
something.
been here, yes.
No, it wasn't you. It's so Dussel's fault. Like it's all his fault totally. So, but I'm gonna end it. So do you guys want to say anything?
Totally.
Are you guys good or
No, I
No,
I
I'm
want to
good.
say I love you, and I hope you go live more because this is like an interesting conversation. The way you lead the conversation, what you do is interesting, Jess, no matter what it is, and that's why we're all here. I think.
well, thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Amy
yeah, it's been
Scott.
great. Thank you for having me. I don't think I've actually spoken with this many women for many years. This is quite neat.
I'm
In this topic, I should
happy
say.
for you.
Like in job, I do, but I'm saying like this intimately of a topic, the women. I usually,
Yeah,
I don't.
email
I'm
me.
not open.
If you want Allie's email and she wants to give it to you, I'll give it to you. My email address again is in the about section of my channel. But yeah, so I love you all.
I love you, Jess.
Night.
Glad
I love you
came
guys.
on.
All right. I will
Missed you.
talk to you guys later. Bye.
All right. Thanks, Lusu. Bye.
Good night. Yeah, thank you.